How are you feeling? How long have you been here?
3 months, May 17th.
And what brought you?
That's difficult to answer.
I'm not clear. How is it that playing the piano for people has eventually resulted in your being here in the hospital?
That's difficult to answer.
this the end? There's a noise inside my head of crying people facing death. Is this the end? Is this the end? I'm burning in the stone. There's no place to hide. I'm burning in the stone. This is the final time. What have we done to the world? What have we done to the world? I'm burning in the stone. There's no place to hide. I'm burning in the stone. This is the final sweet dreams are made of these. Who am I to disagree? Travel the world and the seven seas. Everybody's looking for something. Some of them want to use you. Some of them want to get used by you. Some of them want to use you. Some of them want to be out you.
What up, everyone? Welcome back to Socialism Week on the Cult. I'm calling it Socialism Week because tomorrow we are. But why is my audio crackling? What is going on with my microphone? Do you guys hear the audio crackling, or is that my headphones? Hang on, that might be my headphones. Maybe it was my headphones. It was my headphones. Never mind. The reason I'm calling it I think it was my headphones. The reason that we're calling it Socialism Week is because tomorrow, starting at around 8:30 p.m. Eastern time, you heard the crackling too. Well, hopefully the crackling goes away now. Hopefully it goes away. So tomorrow, starting around 8:30 p.m. Eastern time, we are going to begin streaming the Socialism Conference live from Seattle, based on their live streaming schedule, because we are beholden to them. We are beholden to the generosity of the socialists to be able to stream this event. But leading up to tomorrow's official start of the Socialism Conference, we are taking some time to watch some classic socialism episodes on the channel. We've had a really full week already, and unironically, today is going to be the lightest day. Today, we get to kick back. There's no spy stream today. There's no live infiltration. All we're doing today is watching videos of Socialism Conference past. And I have two videos from the Socialism 2022 conference that we're going to be watching today. And I was originally going to watch one of these videos tomorrow in our pregame show, but we're going to do something different tomorrow. And I decided to move it to today because I feel like the two presentations that we're going to watch from the Socialism Conference go together like peanut butter and jelly. I just don't think that you can have one without having the other. And so we are going to be watching two classic episodes. It's going to be a little bit of a longer stream, but we're going to be able to take our time with it. The first episode that we're going to be watching, both of these presentations were given at the Socialism 2022 conference. So this is really an excellent week for people who are newer to watching socialism with me. We're going back and we're watching some classic episodes to like give you guys a flavor for what we are going to be experiencing this weekend. The first presentation we're going to be watching is called Yes, We Do Mean Smash the State, in Defense of Revolution. And yes, this is presented by Brian Bean, who is an extremely far-left revolutionary socialist. Brian will also be presenting at this year's Socialism Conference. I don't know if they're streaming his presentation this year, but I know he's presenting at it because I saw him on the list. The description of this is: contemporary capitalism exploits and degrades human beings around the world, relying on violent power of states to create profits, guarantee the functioning of markets, and cheapen labor through violence. There is no way to build a liberated future for all of us without overthrowing capitalism, and that will mean confronting and dismantling the capitalist state. When they say the capitalist state, they mean the United States government and the Constitution. Its prisons, policing, borders, and military. It's time we talk about smashing the state. So this is a presentation literally about making the case to overthrow the United States government. Just to be really clear, that's what they're talking about. It's about 40 minutes long. We will begin with this. And then, just in case anyone is confused, just in case you guys think I'm making this up, and you're like, Karlyn, they don't really want to abolish the Constitution, do they? They don't really think that the Constitution is a capitalist document. They don't really want to get rid of it, do they? Well, the next presentation we're going to watch is also from the Socialism 2022 conference, and it is called How Do We Get a New Constitution? I've never seen this one before, so I don't even know if this one's good. I hope it's good. The left's path to power is blocked by one of the oldest and least democratic founding documents in the world. Will it take a revolution to rewrite our Constitution? The recent Constituent Assembly in Chile may show a way forward. So they're taking inspiration from whatever revolution happened in Chile to argue to overthrow the Constitution in the United States. So, yeah. I probably never watched this one because they were going into the international aspect of it, but that's okay. We can watch. We're gearing up for Socialism Week, so they're going to talk about the United States as well in this. So this one's about an hour and 20 minutes. That is about 2 hours of presentations tonight, total, ladies and gentlemen. So of course, it'll probably take us about 4 hours to watch this at least. So, sit back, get a snack, a beverage. Whether that beverage has alcohol in it is entirely up to you. It's Wednesday. It's hump day. I used to do $2 margarita night on Wednesday. Does any place even have $2 margarita night anymore? $2 margarita night was like the greatest night of my life. And when I was in my 20s, it was the best. There was a Mexican place I lived in Montpelier, Vermont. Right next to Sandra Bullock's sister's bakery. And right down the road from me, there was a Mexican place. And they had $2 margaritas on Wednesday, and it was like the greatest night of the week. I'm just saying, I haven't had a margarita in forever, but those were really good. Hey, Naruto, to the new people, if Karlyn hasn't blackpilled you yet, wait until she talks about how from 8 to 10, your kids will have been taught communism since kindergarten. Yep. So true. Naruto in with the first super chat of the day. And that is going to bring our total up. Guys, we're doing great on my super chat goal for the week. I have a $1,000 goal for super chats during Socialism Week, which I thought was going to be pretty audacious, but we're already 50% of the way there. So if you guys appreciate all of the extra streaming that I'm doing with the Socialism Conference this week to walk you through what's going on, to break it down, I really appreciate everyone that's given super chats so far. Also, in addition to this, I'm not only just doing a super chat goal, I am also doing a goal for new memberships on my Substack. Let me get that banner down. So we actually have two goals that I want to meet this week. Number one, I want to hit that $1,000 in super chats. I really do think we're going to be able to do it. Maybe I'll even raise it. Who knows? But the other goal I have is that I would love to get 100 new supporters on my Substack this week. Now, my Substack is actually the preferred way to support me. You can support me in whatever way works best for you. If you want to send in super chats, that's totally fine. But the reason I do prefer Substack is because through a monthly $8 a month or $80 a year, through a monthly or annual donation on the Substack, you allow me to actually plan how much resources I have to work with. So it allows me to have income that I can plan out in advance. You know, you guys like to surprise me with nice big super chats sometimes, and I'm really grateful for it when you do, but I can't plan on that income. Right? That is through your grace if you want to do that. But people who support my work through a monthly or annual gift on my Substack, you guys allow me to plan in advance, which I really appreciate. Actually, we already have on Monday and Tuesday 18 new paid supporters on the Substack, which I actually think is a really great start. Thank you to all the 18 people that have signed up as new supporters on the Substack so far. We do have a ways to go to get to 100. I do think we can do it. We're going to be streaming basically all day Friday, basically all day Saturday for several hours tomorrow evening. I have faith that you guys can support me in the way that I am trying to support you. So make sure you're signing up on the Substack if you're financially able to support my work. And some of the things that you're going to get on my Substack include exclusive clips and opportunities to go to Spy Stream. So last night, we did a supporter exclusive Spy Stream. That Spy Stream was for supporters on my Substack. YouTube channel members also got to go. Patreon supporters, local supporters, Twitter subscribers, they also got to go. But if you guys missed last night's Spy Stream, I've got a couple of clips because last night we went inside the organizing call for the Seattle Revolutionary Socialists. Now, some of you who are newer on the channel, you maybe have seen my public Spy Streams where we're looking at like progressive meetings and stuff like that. Last night's Spy Stream with the Seattle Revolutionary Socialists was a supporter exclusive Spy Stream because sometimes I can't stream this stuff live on the internet in a public way because they'll catch me, they'll cancel the meeting, they'll kick me out. It'll ruin everything. And so I want to show you some clips from what happened on that stream. Hey, thank you, POV. Appreciate the super sticker. I want to show you what we got, and you guys will understand the value of being able to witness this stuff live. So let me just show you. I've got a couple clips up on the Substack. Let me set up the sound. Hang on. You guys have got to see this. This is just like, it was unbelievable. It was actually unbelievable. So we're going to actually start with the second clip. The second clip was about trans joy. So I want you to hear, and remember, when we're doing Spy Streams like this, we are a fly on the wall of this meeting. They don't know we're listening. We aren't making ourselves known. We aren't disrupting their meeting. We're literally just sitting there and listening to what they say when they think people like us aren't listening. So last night, the meeting for the Seattle Revolutionary Socialists was all about queer liberation. And so basically what happened was the Seattle Revolutionary Socialists had a trans solidarity march in Seattle, and they were discussing how they were kind of at war with another trans group in Seattle. And the other trans group didn't like that there was no trans leadership in the Seattle Revolutionary Socialists, but they were wrong about that. Anyway, so there was a little war between the queers in Seattle over this trans solidarity march, which was funny in and of itself. But I want you to hear what they have to say about trans joy. Take a listen.
None of us is free until we're all free, and an injury to one is an injury to all. And yes, trans joy is political. And I'm here to say that there is no greater joy than the joy of militancy. When our march arrived at the edge of Volunteer Park on Friday evening, the energy radiating from our crowd of 200 militant marchers was truly electric. From the newly minted trans socialist organizers who got to lead with megaphones for the very first time, to the countless young trans people who had perhaps never had the opportunity to participate in a militant solidarity-based direct action around trans rights, the joy was palpable and undeniably powerful. What joy could be greater than the joy that comes from the knowledge that when we fight together, we can win? And comrades, we really need that win. To end all these oppressions, we're going to have to rise up against them and against the capitalist exploitation that lies at the root of them. We're going to need to fight together as a class to overthrow the whole damn thing and replace it with a society based on the needs of the entire human race instead of a tiny, power-hungry minority with outsized weight to throw around.
All right, I won't make you guys suffer through the whole clip. That was just a highlight from the clip. You can see the full clip over on the Substack. So they're talking explicitly about how trans joy means militancy. Does that sound like it could go horribly, horribly, horribly wrong? I think so. But that wasn't even the most shocking clip, okay? Let me play you the highlight reel of the clip where, well, let's just say abolish the family socialism is one of our favorite topics to cover on this channel for a reason. Abolish the family socialism is the most dystopian topic on the left by far. It's not even close. And the reason the left wants to abolish the family, and here's the thing. You know what was so funny about the abolish the family stuff? There was actually a moment last night when the left was explaining what they believe, where people in the audience watching with me were like, have they been listening to Karlyn explain this? Because you guys don't know. For people who've been watching my content for a while, like the abolish the family stuff specifically, you hear me explain it, and I'm going to explain it again so you can hear it. But literally, the socialists in Seattle in their meeting last night said almost exactly the same thing that I've been telling people they believe for years. So here is why the left wants to abolish the family. First, we have to start off with the gender binary. And you guys, for people who've heard this a million times before, I'm sorry, but this is the way I have been explaining what the left believes for years. I'm going to explain that to you, and then I want you to listen to what the Seattle Revolutionary Socialists literally said last night on their organizing meeting. So we have to start with the gender binary. The left believes that capitalism created the gender binary. The gender binary means men and women. They believe that capitalism created the socially constructed categories of men and women. They put men in the workplace where they had access to all the power and all the money. It put women in the home where they did the unpaid labor of having and raising the next generation of proletarian workers that will be oppressed under capitalism in the nuclear family. This is the gender hierarchy. This is also called the patriarchy. That's what they mean when they say the patriarchy. The point of people being non-binary or using they, them pronouns is they are rejecting the gender binary that created the gender hierarchy. Their premise is if we can get rid of the socially constructed categories of man and woman, then we can eliminate the patriarchy or the gender hierarchy, because if you get rid of the categories of men and women, that means that we have equity because there will be no oppression when there are no categories. This is why non-binary is a thing. Non-binary means no binary. Literally, no gender binary. No men, no women, no hierarchy, no oppression. That's what that means. The reason they want to do this is because if they eliminate the gender binary, which you're going to hear them refer to in this clip as women's oppression or women's liberation, if they eliminate gender, then they will disrupt the social reproduction of capitalism within the nuclear family. The reason the left wants to abolish the nuclear family is they believe the nuclear family, through something they call social reproduction theory, is literally the reproduction mechanism of capitalism, okay? So what does that mean? When capitalist parents have children within the nuclear family structure, they raise those children with capitalist values, and then those children go out into the world and they replicate or reproduce capitalist values by becoming oppressed proletarians within the system. That's what they believe. And you can call them crazy all they want. It doesn't matter, guys. Like, it doesn't matter. Stuff like this. What the hell have they been smoking? These ideas have been around for centuries. You guys can call them crazy, and I would understand why you do, okay? But you guys can call them crazy, but that doesn't change what they believe. You guys can debunk them and say, actually, the nuclear family doesn't do that. You guys can do that all you want. It doesn't change what they believe. This is why we kind of have a no debunking rule on the channel, because you can debunk in my chat all day long and it literally changes nothing, and nothing will get fixed and nothing will be different. But you feel like you did something because you debunked them. Well, you didn't debunk them to them. You debunked them in a random internet chat, right? So the goal of what we do here on the channel is to understand what they believe without debunking it. Not that we believe the same thing, we don't, but we understand their perspective, and we know that debunking them is not actually going to change their opinion on the topic. So now that I've explained to you that the left wants to abolish the gender binary as an attack on the nuclear family, because the nuclear family is considered to be the social reproduction mechanism of capitalism. Hey, bro, I'm going to give you a warning. If you keep spouting off in my chat like you know what's going on, I'm going to make you define capitalism for us. And you're not going to want to do that, because I guarantee you that you don't know how the left defines capitalism. So now would be a good time. I've never seen you in my chat before. Now would be a good time to sit back and listen, because I promise you, you don't know as much about this as you think you do, and I'm going to embarrass you if you keep doing this. Okay, so shut it, listen. Here is what the left had to say about it.
The existence and acceptance in society of queer and trans people is a threat to the social narrative that the ruling class uses to uphold the structure of the nuclear family, an exploitative structure they created for their own ends. They attempt to uphold that structure by propagating narratives that women and men are inherently different from each other by nature, that sex and gender are the same thing, and that people who transgress these fabricated boundaries are at best sick and at worst predatory. In a word, bullshit.
Where it is that the origin of like oppression of queer people, both trans and also gay people, there's a common origin, and in terms of the nuclear family being a very useful tool for reproducing new workers and having a system in which to train them through specifically women's oppression in the form of making them handle, like the term you used was reproductive labor, which is a term that we Marxists use to describe just like everything that it takes to train and raise and otherwise prepare the next generation of workers after they're born.
I hear a lot of rhetoric online, and especially, in right-wing circles, of like abolition of the nuclear family, and they want to come after traditional gender roles and traditional nuclear family, and like one man, one woman, and the kids and the dogs and the 2.5 fences or whatever it is. And they kind of paint it as if that husband, wife, 2.5 kids, and a golden retriever is like how it is, how it's always been, and how like it's just human nature. It's just the way it is. But when I first kind of started, exploring Marxism and read Engel's book on the origin of the family, it really is, you think about the nuclear family, and it was essentially created to send men to work in factories for low wages and high output, and then was meant to keep women home, isolated, so that they can't independently organize, and then also, raising the next generation of workers so that they basically have a complete endless flow. And when you look at the nuclear family like that in an honest lens, abolition of the nuclear family doesn't sound so big and scary. And it's these little pieces and these little, specific phrases that get taken out of context to make Marxism seem like this kind of evil, scary thing. But in reality, abolition of the nuclear family is part of liberation for women, liberation for queer people, liberation for trans people. So yeah, I think it's a really interesting topic. Thanks, y'all.
And there is a lot more to those clips. You can find the full clips and the full context over on the Substack. If you want to head over there, watch the full clips. I also uploaded the full nuclear family clip to the YouTube channel earlier today. I will be uploading the trans joy one. But for right now, you can find it over on my Substack. And while you're there, make sure you sign up for a membership. $8 a month, $80 a year. My work is 100% funded by you guys. So if you want to continue seeing clips like this, if you want to get access to doing this stuff live with me, because we actually had a pretty good crowd watching this live last night as supporters. I was really happy with the amount of supporters that came out for Spy Stream last night. That was great. But the way you get access to Spy Stream is by becoming a member on the Substack. You can also become a member on the YouTube channel, but I prefer the Substack if I had to choose. I'm just saying. Now, we do have someone in the chat, and I do love it when people come in and they think they're going to teach me something about socialism. Queer isn't Marxist. That's Frankfurt School. Oh, yeah? Queer isn't Marxist? You think there's no such thing as queer Marxism? Oh, yeah? How about I introduce you to like the patron saint of queer Marxism? Her name is Judith Butler. And I'm going to just play you this clip. And it's a really quick clip. It's not even that long. This is on the Queer Marxism Twitter account. Just listen, please, listen.
Queer Marxism, queer Marxism, queer Marxism, queer Marxism, queer Marxism.
If queer Marxism is not a thing, then why do I have Judith Butler on video? And of course, I have a much longer clip than that. That was just her saying queer Marxism. But if queer Marxism isn't a thing and it's all Frankfurt School, then why do I have the patron saint of queer Marxism on video saying queer Marxism? Queer Marxism absolutely is a thing. The reason that you don't understand queer Marxism is because queer Marxism is a mutated strain of Marxism that started in it started in the 60s technically, but really started to take off in the 70s in San Francisco and New York. Started to really got cultivated in the United States nationally in the 80s under Reagan. Kind of continued on expanding in the 90s. The non-binary shit really started in the 80s, expanded in the 90s, and then had an explosion in 2000s with militant queer Marxism. This is what we call gain-of-function Marxism. It is a mutated strain of Marxism where queer ideology has co-opted traditional Marxist philosophy. And so you guys think you know more than me? All right, get the fuck out. We don't want to hear from you. You're officially banned for the rest of the stream for whining in my chat, and I don't want to see you back here. I don't want to be one of those things where you're like, I'm taking my toys and going home, and then you continue in the chat. So you've now been banned for 24 hours, the person that was whining and complaining. And guys, I'm just going to say this too, and I want to say this really clearly, because again, I've had a lot of new people on the channel lately, and new people are welcome. But what I will say is I'm starting to get really, really tired of hearing from conservatives, and they're always conservatives, about how I should be nicer and I should be trying to appeal to everyone and I shouldn't be so mean and they don't like my tone and I'm condescending and blah, 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 blah. Here is the thing that you might not understand. I am not trying to appeal to everyone. I tried to appeal to everyone for years. It didn't work. It didn't work at all. And what ended up happening is when I was trying to appeal to everyone, what I found is conservatives would make a lot of demands that I coddle their feelings and tell them what they want to hear. And if I did not coddle their feelings and tell them exactly what they want to hear, they would whine and complain and cancel me and dox me and endlessly harass me. I have people harassing me on the right to this day because I didn't coddle their feelings. And I just want to make it really clear that it is not my intention to appeal to everyone with this community. This community is for people who are interested in doing deep dives into the far left. This community is for people who want to take the time to look at the information and to hinge into reality with what the truth is. This is a community for people who take this seriously. If you are looking for me to coddle your feelings, this is not the place for you, because I will never, ever, ever do it. If you come into my comments and whine about how I hurt your feelings, if you come into the comments and try to assert that you know more about this stuff than I do, you're going to find out real quick. This is not an inclusive community. This is not a safe space. We are an exclusive community, and we will kick out anyone that tries to get in the way of what we're trying to do. And I promise you, it's not just me that feels this way. My core audience and my core supporter base also feel this way, because many of them have seen just how distracting conservative whining bullshit is to doing what we want them to do. So if you want to learn, hey, welcome. You'll learn more here about the far left than anywhere on the internet. If you expect me to coddle your feelings or come into my comments and go, why aren't you nicer to us? Have no expectation that you're going to tell me what to do. If you want to come into my chat and say, calm down, stop yelling, I'm going to ask you, why the fuck aren't you yelling? Why the fuck are you so calm? Because we are on the verge of the left actually fucking winning. I am fully convinced that within 10 to 15 years, these psychos are going to try to radically overthrow the federal government. They're going to try to violently overthrow the federal government. This is not a game. And the reason that we are in this situation is that conservatives have completely abdicated any and all responsibility for providing any opposition to this at all. The far left in America today is operating completely unopposed because of the fecklessness and the bullshit and the feelings of the conservative right. And so I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it at all. And so if you want to be here, you are part of an elite group of people that are going to spend all your time thinking about the left and watching the left and exposing the left and decoding the left and all that stuff. And I'm very lucky and I'm very blessed that I have a community of people that gets it. Oh, yeah? Oh, you want to call me Karen? Oh, yeah? Bye. See how we handle that? Bye. You don't have to be here. There's the door. You don't have to announce your departure. You can just leave. Go back to Fox News. Got a couple more super chats. Hey, thank you guys for the super chats. Appreciate it. I, for one, love the tone. I know you do, Suzanne. Thank you for that. Cano, thank you for the super chat. I appreciate it. Jay, thank you for the super sticker. I appreciate it. You guys are going to make me do math. Holy shit. It's $20 more. There we go. There we go. There we go. Let's see. Do I have anything else I want to talk about? Do I have anything else before we go into the presentations? I don't think I do. No. Are you guys ready to watch some socialism? Mount the like button in the chat if you are ready to watch some socialism. Please make sure you are subscribed to the channel if you are not already. If you're watching on YouTube or X or Rumble or even Kick, I guess. Well, if it wasn't for me, then they'll survive a 5-minute timeout. And if it was for me, then they got a timeout. So calm down. Let's see. Did I miss any other questions? Don't think so. All right, I'm going to show the chat on the screen so you guys can chat in as well. The first presentation we're going to be watching today is called Yes, We Do Mean Smash the State in Defense of Revolution. This is from the Socialism 2022 conference. Let's get this party started.
Folks to check that out from the bookstore. And the author of forthcoming books as well. So we'll continue to hear great things from Brian. So he's going to lead off our discussion by presenting for about 30 to 35 minutes.
Hey!
Then we'll open it up for a really...
Thank you, two ladies. Thank you for all the support this week. I really appreciate it. We love your work. Karlyn, Julietta, and Jenny say hi also. Much respect. Hi, Julietta and Jenny. Thank you guys for your support. Appreciate all of you. Nick, conservatives are a glutton for punishment. Ain't that the truth? Guys, if you have questions as we're making our way through this, especially for people who are new to this, listen, I might be intimidating and sometimes I yell and all that stuff. But if you are asking questions in good faith, if you're just like, Karlyn, I'm super new to this, I don't know what the fuck is going on, or you feel overwhelmed, or you don't understand what they're saying, we answer any and all questions, okay, that are asked in good faith, not that are fucking around. But if you're asking in good faith, I will answer it. People in the chat will answer it. Please feel free to put them in the chat. This is part of the point of this. This is a class. This is a research stream. And so we don't mind questions from new people. Like if you think it's a dumb question because you're like, oh my God, some of these people have been watching this stuff for a long time. Yeah, there are going to be people who are ahead of you if you're new, but everyone was new once. I was new once. I learned all this stuff live on the internet watching them. So questions from intellectually honest people are always welcome. And I knew we were going to get this one because we get this one every single time we watch the Socialism Conference. Why is she wearing a mask? What is the symbolism? I don't want you to hear this from me, Thomas. I want to ask the chat, okay? I want to ask the chat. Pop quiz for the chat. Why are they wearing masks at the Socialism Conference? Let us know, and you guys, and I will display the chat on the screen. In the meantime, do you think Trump is aware of Marxists? No! Trump has no fucking clue about any of this stuff. Absolutely not. Trump has no clue. No one in the Trump administration has any clue at all. I've tried to tell them. They don't fucking listen. So yeah, he has no clue. Bobby in with the community care. Exactly. This is about collective care. Masks are a form of protection, resistance, and solidarity. It's about community care. Community care. You're probably going to hear them say this, actually. It's about solidarity, community care, community care. Do you guys want to explain what community care means for new people? I know you know what it means. Can someone please explain? Thank you. Jules and MDs, yes, so this is back in 2022, but they're still, so this presentation was in 2022, but that's not why they're wearing masks. They still require masks at the Socialism Conference today. You're going to see them wearing masks this weekend when we stream the whole thing. They wear masks to protect fellow comrades from COVID because not everyone has equal access to healthcare. It's not a form of protest. They're not protesting. It is a form of collectivism. They are in solidarity with the collective. It's collective care, community care. They wear masks as an act of solidarity and community care as a collective. Yep, to show solidarity. Exactly, exactly. See, they're protecting each other. No, this has nothing to do with protecting their identity. Nothing to do with it at all. This is their private event. Most of the people at this event were not recorded. I've been undercover at this event. I went to the 2023 conference. They wear masks in rooms, in private, where no one is filming anyone and they're just talking. This has nothing to do with protecting their identity. That is mostly a conservative bullshit talking point. Every once in a blue moon, they do it to protect their identity, but the vast majority of time, this is about community care. They feel it's their responsibility to protect everyone. Exactly. Look at all the smart answers in the chat. Look at all the smart answers in the chat. I have the smartest audience on the internet. Let me see. All right. No, it's not that. It's because they're caring for each other. Collective comrade protection and mutual respect for each other in the community. Exactly. All right. And you'll probably hear her say this in the introduction, honestly.
Participatory discussion. So please do think about questions and comments and thoughts that you'd like to bring into the discussion. And we'll talk a little bit more about how we'll organize that later. So let's welcome Brian.
Can y'all hear me in the back fine? Cool, cool, cool. How's everybody doing? Excellent. I like that they said the title and people are like, yeah! So hopefully that's a good sign. So it's said that the United States is a democracy. We don't live in it.
Hang on. Karlyn, have your spy streams ever been found out in real time? Yup. Yeah, so I actually used to do spy stream exclusively publicly. So we've actually had several times where they found out I was, and so I didn't used to do it behind a paywall. The reason I started doing it behind a paywall is because they kept discovering that I was streaming them live over and over and over again. Sometimes they would actually call it out in the middle of their presentation. They'll be like, oh, just so you guys know, we're being streamed live on the internet right now. There was one time, the funniest fucking time, was when we were streaming like a trans diversity training or something like that. They found out I was streaming them in the middle of the presentation, and they literally just canceled the rest of their presentation. They literally just canceled the whole thing. I have all this on video on the Substack too. That was like one of the best ones. I was like, holy shit, I actually got them to cancel their fucking training. And so one of the best ones too, one of the best ones is if you go and watch the autistic sex education training, which is honestly still to this day the most disturbing spy stream I've ever done. We went inside autistic sex education, and so I actually announced before we were live that we were going to be live streaming this, and so they found out I was streaming them. They canceled my registration, but I had already set up a backup plan where I actually had it set up where a member of my community was joining their Zoom call to stream it as well. So we had like a backup plan, and they actually, because I was going to be streaming them, they made everyone turn their cameras on in the presentation so they could see if it was me. but a member of my community was actually the person in the Zoom meeting. And so the member of my community streamed it to another channel I had, and then I watched the stream of them. And so then they found it was so funny because they really thought they got away with it. They thought like, oh, we got rid of that crazy bitch that was going to stream us. And then at the end of the presentation, they say, oh, that woman's still streaming us on the internet. And I was like, hi. So that was the best. But after that, I kind of locked down Spy Stream, and now mostly we do it as like a supporter only thing, unless like there's really very little chance that I'm going to get caught, because it just makes it easier. I actually do want to see what they're going to say behind closed doors. Like that's actually the whole point. The whole point is not to like get them get caught on the internet and laugh about it, although that's funny. I actually do want to see what they're going to say, and so that's why we have it as supporter only now, because it cuts down on the amount of times we get found out. But yeah, if you go back and you guys watch some early Spy streams, I've been doing Spy streams since like 2021. If you go back and watch some of the early ones, we've learned so much about how to do Spy stream. We like the early ones are wild because we were just fucking around. Anyway, back to not living in a democracy.
Hopefully that's a good sign. So it's said that the United States is a democracy. We don't live in a dictatorship, but we do live in a police state. 2 million people in our country are locked behind bars. Jail is entered 10 million times a year by folks in this country. We have the largest percentage of our population behind bars than any other country in the world. Police patrol the streets of every U.S. city, and police receive funding that make up giant wedges in municipal budgets. Chicago's budget last year gave it the largest amount, $1.9 billion, the city has ever given out to policing. Over 1,000 people are murdered by the police every year, with many thousands more brutalized. There have been only 5 days so far in 2022 in which the cops didn't shoot and kill someone. And of course, the carceral violence, the bloody hand this country imposes, is racialized at its core, with anti-Black racism being a central operating and targeting mechanism. Concentration camps on our borders lock up over 40,000 individuals fleeing circumstances in their country.
We have concentration camps on our borders now. Here is more to support future Spy streams. Hey, thanks, two ladies. I so appreciate it. When he says concentration camps, he means prisons, by the way. That's what he means.
That are often related to American political and economic meddling, dividing families with endemic cases of sexual assault. Oh, and the National Security Agency makes it where basically nothing that we have is private. It doesn't really matter because big tech will still give you information for.
So he's not really wearing pink and black. So I know it seems this way because his shirt is pink and black. It's not actually the Queer Marxist pink and black. Rampart magazine is a communist magazine that he's the editor of. So is he a queer Marxist? I mean, yeah, probably, but it just sometimes they wear pink shirts.
For them, like they did with the teenager and mother in Nebraska who is getting
it's
felony
not the
charges
right
for
color
receiving
pink is what I'm
an
saying.
abortion because Facebook gave the chats to the local police. The police state acts beyond the border, with the U.S. currently operating in 40% of the world's countries, maintaining military bases in 40 countries, and stations combat troops in 14. Another 7 being bombed by planes and drones, and of course waging economic war via sanctions on another handful of countries. Roughly a third of the federal budget goes to Team USA World Police. And yet Biden, in his melodramatic Philadelphia speech, tells us that this is a nation that rejects violence as a political tool. We do not encourage violence, defend liberal democracy. This conference is full of talks that pick apart.
So I just want to point out for people who missed yesterday's stream and the stream the day before, the socialist and communist just shit-talked the Democrats and Joe Biden. When you start watching socialism and communism for real, you start to realize that real socialists and communists hate the Democrats. They hate the Democrats way more than they hate the Republicans. They talk about how much they hate the Democrats all the time. We saw this on yesterday's stream in the abortion session, where the Q&A in the abortion session basically became, we hate the Democrats suck, the Democrats are awful, here are all the reasons we hate the Democrats. Can we keep complaining about how much we hate the Democrats? That was like every single question in the abortion stream we watched yesterday. In the stream the day before, we watched an entire presentation about how we're not voting for Kamala Harris and we're going to judge you if you vote for Kamala Harris. We need to be protesting Kamala Harris. Fuck Kamala Harris. So they say it openly all the time. We need to stop conflating Democrats and communists, because every single time we conflate Democrats and communists, that we are running cover for the real far left and allowing them to operate completely unopposed. So please stop doing that. When you start listening for it, you will hear just how often they hate the Democrats. You're going to hear it, bro. Now I want you to listen. How many times do they talk about hating the Democrats versus how many times do they talk about hating the Republicans? I promise they're going to talk about hating the Democrats so much more. And the reason they hate the Democrats, by the way, is they don't think the Democrats are any different than the Republicans. So that might be part of the reason why. Nope. They don't think Biden did anything. Biden didn't put, why would they give Biden props for trans in schools? Biden didn't put trans in schools. They put trans in schools. Biden didn't do shit so far as they're concerned. They had already put trans in schools 2 decades before Biden became president. So no, they give him no credit for that at all. They don't like Joe Biden. They never did.
In much more detail. Whole libraries are filled with cataloging the unending violence, unvarnished racism, and inhuman terror that is the everyday operating procedure of the US state. On that basis alone, any socialist, indeed any individual who holds dear to a dream of a world free of this pervasive violence, should relish the idea of abolishing this edifice with all its death-making institutions and of smashing the state.
To be really clear, what he means when he says that is overthrowing the United States government. When they talk about the state, they mean the capitalist United States government, which has a capitalist constitution. Let's see. Thank you, Andre, for the super chat. True, and that's exactly why they infiltrated and indoctrinated the Democrats, because they think the Democrats are capitalists. I wouldn't say the socialists have infiltrated and indoctrinated the Democrats, although they sure would like to, but I don't agree with that. Do they want gulags instead of prisons? Some of them do. Yeah, but they wouldn't house criminals in the gulags. What they talk about when they abolish the prisons is they want to repurpose them for re-education camps, essentially. Some of them do that. Not all of them do that. Why don't they just move to a communist country? Okay, and XZ is a new person, so we welcome questions from new people. Pop quiz for the chat. I want the chat to answer this, not me. Why don't communists just move to a communist country? Great question for newbies, by the way. I'm glad you asked this, because I'm sure a lot of new people are thinking this. Pop quiz for the chat. Why don't communists just move to a communist country? Because America is the biggest domino that they need to topple in order to bring about worldwide socialism. The goal is to have communism here. They want to make America communist because they want to overthrow capitalism, and the United States is the leader in capitalism. They want their revolution in the United States because the U.S. must fall to socialism for the international communist order to succeed. The domino will be in effect if the USA falls. No, it's not because they're hypocrites. They have a very specific reason for it. You think they're hypocrites because you listen to conservatives who lie to you. Please stop doing that. They are targeting the USA. The global intifada means worldwide socialist revolution. It doesn't mean anything about killing the Jews. The global intifada means worldwide socialist revolution. In order to have worldwide socialist revolution, they need the United States to fall. The U.S. is the largest obstacle and biggest domino in the goal of the intifada revolution. Exactly. Exactly. Because they want socialism to be tried in a rich capitalist country and then worldwide. Yup. They believe that real socialism or communism can only be achieved once a country goes through all the levels of industrialization. So they think that one of the reasons it's failed in other countries is they didn't do it in essentially a rich capitalist country that went through capitalism, achieved a post-capitalist society. So they think that we're in basically the final days of capitalism essentially right now, and they think the next step in our evolution is communism. They're interested in revolution in the United States. If they get it here, it is the tipping point. They get it everywhere. The USA is the prize. If the USA falls, the rest of the world falls in line. Socialism can't succeed if surrounded by capitalist countries. So this is another good point. Socialists do want global socialism. They want every country in the world to be socialist or communist because they believe that if a socialist or communist country is surrounded by capitalist countries, the socialism or communism will fail because the capitalist countries will make sure it fails. Now, don't get this confused with the WEF. The WEF are also globalists, but it's a different thing and they want a different thing entirely. So they do want a global socialist society, but not in the way the WEF does. The communists must take over the US before taking it over globally. Excellent. Lots of right answers in the chat. Congrats to everyone who got a right answer. Hope that helps. Yeah, you're welcome. No worries.
And to that last point, I want to fix the title of this talk. Yes, we do mean actually smashing the state. I argue that this pithy little slogan is actually a core element of the project of winning socialism and essential for ending the despotic order of global racist capitalism. Now there are
ending the despotic order of global racist capitalism. Racism and capitalism is intertwined for them, by the way. It has nothing to do with skin color. It's about the system. When the US fails, do you foresee another country becoming the new capitalist haven? No. Honestly. No. I mean, I guess, I don't know, man. I don't know. I guess I haven't really thought about that, but not really. I mean, I don't know. I'll have to think on that. No, they do not believe that China is communist. The only people who believe China is communist are conservatives. No, they flat out reject the CCP. They think that that it's too close to capitalism.
A whole host of immediate tactical and strategic debates in our movements about the reforms we fight for, how we do it, what's our relationship to elections, the Democratic Party, how we organize, reform and revolution. And I think if you dig deep enough, the question of the state is there at the center of each of those debates. Oftentimes we're arguing around the peripheries and not cutting to the heart of the matter, and that is, what is our understanding of and orientation to the capitalist state? And even
United
with that,
States.
I think kind of Marxist theorizing, for some reason, is dramatically under-talked about and debated. That's especially the case outside of the halls of academia, where I don't often go.
Hang on. How do we fight this? Peggy, you're doing what you're supposed to do right now, which is that the first thing that everyone needs to do is forget every single thing that you have ever been taught about the left by conservative influencers and right-leaning influencers. And you need to start at the start and learn who your enemy is. So what we do on this channel is it is about learning as much as we can about our enemy, learning to decode their language, learning to speak their language fluently, learning what their ideas are, the way they see themselves, not the way conservative bullshit artists see them, learning about what their strategy is, how they organize, how they do what they do, hinged into reality. Most of the stuff that you see in conservative media about real socialists and communists is, quite frankly, completely wrong. And most people on the right have absolutely no idea what they're dealing with this problem. So how do you fight this movement? You need to stop doing things in the real world, and you need to sit down and learn who your enemy is. And that takes time and that takes effort. But that's what we do on this channel, and we will provide you with a community to do that. We all teach each other here. So this is the place that you can do that, but I'm not going to give you any tactics, because if you don't understand your enemy, no tactic I give you will actually work, because you will implement it in the wrong way, which is evidenced by the fact that conservatives do things that don't work against the left all the time. So sit down, listen, learn, ask questions. That's what we do.
We need to be able to combine our theorizing of the immediate practical tasks with that of big picture questions like socialist revolution, because our goal isn't just about winning the wage increase or the eviction moratorium or closing this or that prison, but for a radical reconstruction of all society. Our project is as big as a picture as one can imagine. As the poem goes, for our demands most moderate are, we only want the earth. So to do that, I'm going to sort of do a couple things in this talk. I'm going to talk about what the state is. I'm going to talk about what I think Marxists say about smashing the state. And then I'm going to talk about a common argument against that we see in the socialist movement. So first, starting with the state. So first, what is a state? A state is an organized body of people charged with a monopoly on certain social functions that are crucial, making and enforcing, through legitimated violence, rules. It's a combination of a bureaucracy, think State Department, Treasury, Interior, Congress, and that of an armed force, Army, FBI, CIA, local police. In most capitalist states, a minute speck of these individuals are elected, although the ones that are elected do play a role kind of adjusting the course, even though the general trajectory is already preset into inbuilt, if you will, into what the state is. The modern capitalist state, as described in a famous line from the Communist Manifesto, is, quote, but a committee for managing the common affairs of the whole bourgeoisie. Managing these affairs means ensuring the smooth functioning of capitalism for the capitalist class in any given country. And the core of this management of capitalist order is special body of armed men. And I keep it gendered on purpose. To use another famous phrase of Lenin, these two elements, the monopoly of threat of overwhelming violence and the manager of capitalist interest, is the operating principle of the capitalist state in general. I'm going to talk about those two pieces.
Okay, he just said it. And I want everyone to keep in mind, he's talking about the United States in this talk. This is why it's so important to understand that socialists call the United States the capitalist state. So hear him say it. Because he believes that the United States was constituted based on the Constitution to protect private property ownership. That's why they want to abolish the Constitution. That's why they want to overthrow the country, because they don't believe that they can achieve a Marxist society, which a Marxist society eliminates all private property ownership. They don't think they can do that while the Constitution and the capitalist U.S. government already, while it exists.
For managing the common affairs of the whole bourgeoisie. Managing these affairs means ensuring the smooth functioning of capitalism for the capitalist class in any given country. And the core of this management of capitalist order is special body of armed men. And I keep it gendered on purpose. To use another famous phrase of Lenin, these two elements, the monopoly of threat of overwhelming violence and the manager of capitalist interest, is the operating principle of the capitalist state in general. I'm going to talk about those two pieces briefly in turn. First, in thinking about this committee for common capitalist interest, it's important to note that this committee isn't usually a literal committee of ruling capitalists. I say this without minimizing the massive influence the capitalist class exerts via ways that I think people are already familiar with. Campaign contributions, the army of lobbyists that they have, the revolving door of actual members of the ruling class who go in and are state managers, all those sorts of things. But even with that, it can't be said the state is a simple tool or instrument that is immediately directed by all the billionaires with their top hats and twirly mustaches sitting in a darkened room. This is what is called the instrumentalist theory of the state. And some crude Marxist analysis make this error. The instrumentalist theory, as pointed out by radical sociologist Fred Bloch, misses two key features of the state. The first is that even if it does serve as a tool of class rule, which it does, it must appear otherwise. The fact that the bourgeois state appears as a neutral intermediary plays an important ideological function. But secondly, and more importantly, the general interests of capital aren't always shared by all the capitalists themselves. So capitalists as a class aren't class conscious, even though they have a very high degree of solidarity, particularly when it's against us. Jeff Bezos, for example, has his interests in making the most profit of his little slice of the pie, and this shapes his inability to know the best interests of the system as a whole.
As I've already explained to you, Bob, and we're really going to work on your listening skills, okay? When he is talking about the state, he is talking about the United States. He is not talking about any state. He is talking about the United States of America. Let's say I just saw a super chat come in. Hey, Southpod. Is late-stage capitalism an idea inserted by Marxists to normalize the proletariat to the idea that capitalism has an end state and we're in it, thus paving the way? I mean, I guess maybe, but honestly, I think that they just think that capitalism is on its last days. I don't think they're thinking about it to that great depth. I think that they just I think that socialists and communists think that they're this close to like the actual communist revolution in America, and that's why they say we're in late stage capitalism. But maybe, I don't know. Thank you for the super chat.
Capitalism is a system driven by the processes of exchange on the market. Capitalists are in competition with each other. That's why Marx and Engels referred to capitalists, the capitalist class, as a hostile band of brothers. They're still siblings, but they feud a lot. This is dramatically more the case when you begin to talk about imperialism, competition between capitalists of different states. Because of the competitive and crisis-prone nature of capitalism, sometimes the state has to do stuff that might act against the private interest of this or that specific capitalist. Price controls, restrictions on exports and the like, or even aid the working class sometimes to quell class conflict, like implementing the New Deal out of fear of insurrection, or ensuring social reproduction, like making sure there actually are workers that are able to work. Thus, states or...
Okay, so you're hearing the term class consciousness. Was class consciousness when they get people to believe all their problems are caused by capitalism? Essentially. Okay, so the goal of Marxist, socialist, communist activists, and by the way, for people who are new, I call them Marxist, socialist, and communist pretty interchangeably. So there's always going to be someone who says, Karlyn, socialism is the transitionary mechanism to communism and blah, 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 blah. But what you have to understand is these people refer to themselves as socialist, communist, and Marxist interchangeably. So for our purposes, there isn't really much difference. Anyway, one of the goals that they have is they need to awaken class consciousness, or what they also might call critical consciousness, among the masses. They believe that they will not get their revolution against the United States until they basically wake up everyone in America to the fact that they are in a class, that class is oppressed by capitalism, and that in order to liberate themselves from the oppressive nature of capitalism, they have to overthrow the capitalist class and become a dictatorship of the proletariat. So when we're talking about waking up to class consciousness, it's a little bit like red pilling, in that you have to become aware that there are larger systems at play in the dynamics of the world, and you have to become aware that you are part of the class that's oppressed under capitalism. That's what they mean. Exactly. Getting people to be aware that they're oppressed by capitalism.
State managers specifically, once kind of constituted, develop their own special interests. What makes the capitalist state unique, say from a monarchy, is that, to quote Engels, it stands above society. However, it's important to note that some reformists use this critique of crude instrumentalism to say that this so-called relative autonomy of the state means that, hey, since there are divisions between the capitalist class and they're not class conscious, the state's simply a tool, let's just grab hold of it and use it for our purposes. I'm going to talk about this problem later on, but I'll point out that this position just flips the neutral tool analogy on its head, as opposed to having a structural analysis of why the state functions to serve capitalist interests. It's not just who's doing it, it's what it does. States rely on tax revenue and borrowing. That depends on profitability and a business climate that promotes investment. This is especially the case during periods of economic crisis. And of course, capitalism is inherently crisis prone. It moves in cycles of booms and busts. Yes. When capitalism is in a bust cycle,
you're making the assumption that they believe they're going to have a dictator when they overthrow capitalism. They have an entire governance model in mind that they believe that they're going to implement in the new socialist utopia that has nothing to do with having a dictator. In fact, these people mostly reject Stalin. They reject the dictatorships that have come up. And so they believe that they're going to do it differently.
State managers' job is to work to restart the capitalist economic machine and work to facilitate capitalist investment. And this is what largely determines the overall level of economic activity under capitalism. So pro-business decisions, which often carry with austerity for a working class, are what the state carries out. Now, this is a simplification in some senses, but states have to compete for the private decisions of the capitalists to maintain themselves. And thus, the structural function of the state is to ensure the smooth, profitable functioning of the capitalist system in general, and specifically to manage a favorable business climate for the interests of the state's specific nationalist capitalist class. And here I want to gesture again. If you take this to the international scale, it gets even more complicated because, in the cutthroat world of the market where capitalists are in competition and competition breeds crisis, something needs to have a degree of independence to facilitate a market order to keep business going. And that's what the state does. So for the state maintaining market order, that essentially and especially requires the organization of violent force. And this is the second element what the state does. Having that viable business climate for
I don't know if he explains it, but it's certainly something that we've covered on the channel before. Essentially, here's what their governance model looks like. They will eliminate the presidency. They will turn the White House into some sort of like drug rehabilitation thing. I swear to God, I have them on video saying that. They will eliminate the presidency. They will eliminate the Supreme Court. They will eliminate the United States Senate. They will eliminate the Electoral College. They will basically relegate everything to having local councils and local representatives that are elected by the community. And then the community will elect representatives to go and join some it's going to be a little bit like the House of Representatives, but it's going to be much, much, much larger than the House of Representatives. So significantly larger because they want more proportional representation. The difference between that and the system we currently have is they have this vision where there are term limits, you serve your term as the representative and then you go back to your other job. So it's not like career politicians. It's you're serving the collective by serving your 2 terms as the representative to the greater Congress sort of thing. And that's how they envision making all their decisions is this greater representative body, like the House of the House of Representatives with similar smaller representative bodies on the local level. Now, will it work out that way? No, of course it won't work out that way. But I'm explaining to you what they believe and I'm explaining to you what they think. I'm not suggesting I endorse this plan. I think this is all boneheaded and stupid. This is why I talk about it so much. But that is what they want.
investment means that a monopolization of what is called legitimate violence has to be secured in order to ensure that order is maintained. Cops beat protesters. Mass incarceration designed to thwart black rebellion.
Hang on. Thank you for the super chat, Andre. So they will have local councils and have marshals instead of a dictator. No, I'm not. No, I wouldn't say that. Again, there is no one. They are collectivist, guys. There is no one person in charge under communism. There is a group of collectivists in charge under communism. So no, I don't agree with that characterization, but I do appreciate the money. Well, you're not going to be able to own your own property under communism, so you better start fighting against it because they're going to take away your ability to own a home, your ability to own land, your ability to own an apartment rental that you rent out as a landlord. They're going to take away your intellectual property. They're going to take away any private business you have, whether that private business is big or small. They're also going to take away your parental rights over your kids because parental rights are considered to be a form of private property ownership under their ideology. So better start fighting.
Tanks roll through the streets to quell uprisings. Bombs, troops, and infinite war abroad operate to maintain hegemony and access to natural resources. Assassinations of radicals, infiltrations of left groups, all these sorts of things functions, the special body of armed men that play a social function for capitalist order. For our purposes, I just want to underscore that this component of the state is its keystone. If what I said previously about what drives the state to act in capitalist interests, the thing that enables it to do so and act in its capacity for violence is a special body of armed men. It's the holstered gun on the authority of the cop when they come up to your car. This centrality is unchanged, even though since the writings of Marx, Engels, and Lenin, layers have been added to the state. The state is certainly, has more layers of bureaucracy, has more complexity than before. And I think post-World War II, that's even more the case because there have been elements of the welfare state that's been added. And obviously that was because the post-war economic boom, that's elapsed, right? Yeah, the post-war economic boom, which didn't really have a comparison, allowed to cede some of these gains to workers, as temporary as they are. But I think to sort of see the complexity of the capitalist state as meaning the violent core is no longer there is an error.
Thank you.
You can just look at the raw numbers as one element of that. The budgets, which of course come from workers' tax dollars, on both the federal and local level, still devote from a third to over half on paying for these armed men that oppress us. Let's also look at the relative sizes. So the Department of Labor, for example, has 17,000 employees. The Department of Education has 4,000 employees. So let's compare the size of that with the 12,000 congressional lobbyists. Applebee's has 75,000 employees nationally. So just sort of comparing the importance of these bodies with a shitty corporate restaurant. The size of the entire non-military federal workforce is 2 million, but 35% of those are civilians who are working for the Department of Defense. The military numbers 1.4 million individuals. Indeed, the DoD is the largest employer in the entire world. Local police also make up a huge component. In Chicago here, cops make up 40% of the city's employees. So from purely the stance of raw numbers, the special body of armed men description still figures centrally. And it's this murderous leviathan that's the reason, that's reason for being is to be deployed to institute capitalist order and defend the state and private property.
Okay, so I want to pause there because that was actually a really important moment. Listen to what he said. So he basically just went through this long list saying, here are all the people that we have in the military. Here are all the people we have in these policing outfits. And the purpose of all of this is to defend the Leviathan. Isn't it interesting that he called it the Leviathan? For people who don't do counter-revolutionary book club, you probably don't know why that's significant. The Leviathan is a term that they use for capitalism in some of the most dystopian left-wing literature. And it was in Against the Gender Nightmare. Look up, if you want to have some fun, go to the Substack, go to the Counter-Revolutionary Book Club. The Counter-Revolutionary Book Club is when we read the left's most dystopian literature. You can find the podcast on Apple and Spotify. You can find it on the Substack. Just click on Book Club on the Substack. We read this document called Against the Gender Nightmare. This document is essentially an anti-civilization document. And in this document, and this is extremely well known by people like him, I promise you he's read this, they called capitalism the Leviathan. Leviathan is from Against the Gender Nightmare. It was used to describe capitalism as a monster pillaging the world. Exactly. So now listen to what he says. He's going through all of these different aspects of the government. He's saying the military, the police, all this stuff, they are the managers of private property. They are the protectors of capitalism. That is the only reason these things exist, to protect the Leviathan. No, this has nothing to do with your Bible, as they don't care about your Bible, I promise you. Listen.
In Chicago here, cops make up 40% of the city's employees. So from purely the stance of raw numbers, the special body of armed men description still figures centrally. And it's this murderous leviathan that's the reason, that's reason for being is to be deployed to institute capitalist order and defend the state and private property.
The murderous leviathan intended to implement capitalist order and defend the state and private property. Sith over on Rumble says, I thought the Leviathan was Thomas Hobbes. Well, yeah, it may be Thomas Hobbes, but what I'm telling you is this guy exists in queer anarcho-communist subculture. To him, Leviathan, it may come from Hobbes, but that's not what he's referring to. He's referring to Against the Gender Nightmare, which is a very well-known document in the community that he runs in which they refer to capitalism as the Leviathan. So it may be from Hobbes, that might be true, but that's not where he's got it, and that's not the reference point that he has. No, they don't believe this is not true. This is not true. This is don't make shit up. We don't do this here. This is not true at all in any way. No. Listen again. I cannot believe he called it the Leviathan. That's crazy.
Figures centrally. And it's this murderous leviathan that's the reason, that's reason for being is to be deployed to institute capitalist order and defend the state and private property. So The state structure.
Yeah, so this is actually true. In the original document, it said that the Leviathan was from Hobbes, but they're giving it a new context within communism to make it an anti-capitalist thing. If they're against private property, what do they want to ever own a home? They never want to own homes. These people don't own homes. Don't let the Black Lives Matter grifters fool you guys. I know that everyone thinks that these people are just like secret capitalists in disguise because the Black Lives Matters founders were corrupt. But the Black Lives Matters founders weren't true believers. They were just fucking grifters. These people are true believers. They don't own homes. They rent. They talk about this. You're going to see there's all sorts of tenant rights stuff at the socialism conference. We're going to be watching a tenants rights presentations. So no, they don't want to own a home. They don't believe in private property ownership. They don't want to own land. They don't believe in private property ownership. And they don't believe that this is not achieving anything because guys, you have fundamentally different values than socialists and communists. So your definition, DJ, of achieving something in life might be owning a home and settling down and having a family. They don't have the same values as you. Their definition of achieving something is not owning a home and settling down and having a family. Their definition of achieving something is facilitating the Marxist revolution in America. So you can disagree with their values all you want, but what I need you to acknowledge is, like, you just have fundamentally different values. You have fundamentally different ways of viewing the world, and that is why they want what they want, and that is why they don't align with your values.
Structurally plays the role of instituting and maintaining capitalist order, attempting to generalize the workings of the capitalist system, and wielding a monopoly of violent force to ensure its rule remains. It's not a neutral tool, but a special organization that historically is developed for one sole purpose. So let's talk about its destruction. So the phrase "to smash the state." So the phrase "smash the state."
Hang on. Think about it like this. Think about it like this. Some people grow up and they want to be a doctor. Some people grow up and they want to be a lawyer. Some people grow up and they want to be a firefighter. Some people grow up and they want to be a businessman. These are all different sets of values. If you want to be a doctor, you are going to have a fundamentally different path in life than if you want to be a firefighter. And that's not to say that one is better than the other. It's just to say that some people want to be doctors and some people want to be firefighters. I would sooner shoot myself in the foot than ever go to medical school because I hate science. And it's not that I can't do science. I just hate it. I hate science. I hate math. I would never do that shit. But there are some people who love science and love math and want to go to school for science and math. God bless them. That's what we're talking about. It's like they just want fundamentally different things with their life than you want. They see the world in a different way.
Probably by Lenin in State and Revolution, but it comes from Marx and the lessons that he and Engels gleaned from the Paris Commune.
Really? Oh, really? Let me guess, Christopher. They don't have jobs. We're the only ones with jobs. Conservatives are the only ones with jobs. The left doesn't have jobs. They're all unemployed. None of them have jobs. Christopher, not only does the left have jobs, the left, in addition to their jobs, organize in their free time. They spend all their time doing this. So not only do they work jobs, not only do they control the unions, not only do they control the universities, not only do they control the K through 12 schools, not only do they control the news media, but in addition to all of that, they spend all their free time organizing. They self-fund their activism. How are they self-funding their activism if they don't have jobs? Because all the lies you guys tell about, they're funded by Soros. No, they're not. That's a lie. That is a conservative bullshit narrative. The vast majority of leftist activism is funded by them. through mutual aid. Mutual aid is self-funding. So they're not lazy. They don't live off others. They actually work significantly harder than the right. They put in significantly more time, significantly more hours. They strategize about this stuff all the time. They do stuff that the conservative right would never do, because the conservative right are actually the ones that are fucking lazy. So if you think they're lazy and they're living off of others, that is a fundamentally unhinged view. It is not anything related to reality. And my recommendation is you unlearn that, because you learn that from conservative bullshit artists who lied to you. The left wouldn't be the left would not control every institution if they were lazy and living off other people. That's retarded. No. Nope. I know you guys think this. I know you guys want to believe this. There is some evidence about the CCP funding one of the groups on the far left. That's the Party for Socialism and Liberation. However, even when there is direct evidence of the CCP funding the National Party for Socialism and Liberation, the Party for Socialism and Liberation has local branches all over the country, and they don't see that CCP money. They don't. Do you know how I know that? Because I've watched their meetings and I've watched them talk about how they raise money. And they're not getting it from the national branch. They're getting it from mutual aid, from dues, and from donations. So almost everything you guys think you know about who funds these people is wrong. It's just flat out wrong. Conservative bullshit artists lie to you because they know you'll click on their content and share their content and go, we know who funded them, when in fact you don't know who funded them. Most of the time they're funding themselves. That's just reality. Yes. So the main ways that leftists are funded is in four main ways. One is dues. They have organizations that their members pay $10 a month in dues, $25 a month in dues. Some organizations have them pay 1 day's salary in dues every month. So that's way number one. Way number two is voluntary donations, either donations directly to the organization or donations through mutual aid networks. Way number three is through events and educational things, like they do conferences or they host an event that you buy a ticket for. They do merchandise sales, things like that. Number four, and this is a big one, book publishing. Haymarket Books is the sponsor of the Socialism Conference. Haymarket Books is a massive socialist book publisher. They make millions of dollars a year publishing and selling socialist books, especially to colleges and universities all over the country. Book publishing is massive on the left. It is absolutely massive. So those are the main ways that they're funding themselves. There may be once in a blue moon that you actually have a connection to the CCP. But even, you know what's funny? Antifa hates the Party for Socialism and Liberation. They actually call the Party for Socialism and Liberation the paid protesters. So because they know where the Party for Socialism and Liberation's money is coming from, Antifa's like, fuck you guys, we don't really want to work with you because of the funding. Antifa, by the way, is not funded by anything. They're funded by mutual aid. So that's reality. I'm sorry if I broke anyone's hearts, but that is just reality. No, you're not, Christopher. No, you're not. I promise you, Christopher, you are absolutely not. You are basing it on conservative bullshit artists, and that is why you are wrong, and that is why you are unhinged from reality. Don't bullshit a bullshitter. I've been doing this a long time. I know exactly where these fucking talking points come from. Hey, thank you for the super chat, Francisco. I haven't seen you on the channel before. Hey, thanks for the content. We know where this will probably go. The average person doesn't see the changes around them because they see the world in the most micro ways. It's fun seeing this change in NYC. Oh, yeah. New York is going to be fascinating to watch. I mean, because that socialist mayor is 100% going to win in New York, and there's not really much that can be done about it. Did you guys see Trump complaining today about the socialist mayor? Trump is like, I have all the levers and I'm going to stop that communist mayor. And I was like, Trump, The communist mayor has over 30,000 active volunteers for his campaign right now, probably significantly more than that in the last week. Good luck, Trump. Good luck. Good luck stopping the DSA mayor nominee. It ain't going to happen. That guy is 100% going to win. Clip this, bookmark this, whatever you have to do. I am 1,000% confident that DSA guy is absolutely going to become the mayor of New York City. Fun times.
One, I think probably people probably know this, but in the midst of a massive political crisis and war, the workers of Paris rose up, took control of the city, and engaged in an experiment of democratic self-rule for roughly 3 months. In April, as the events of Paris were ongoing, Marx, in a letter to a comrade named Kugelman, wrote that he had learned that what was essential for real people's revolution, his words, was not to transfer the bureaucratic military machine from one hand to another, but to smash it. As a side note, he also told Kugelman that he had bronchitis. The German word he uses is zerbrechen, which means to break apart completely. The lesson of the Commune would relatedly figure into an 1872 preface.
Okay, I know we're pausing a lot, but you guys are saying fun things in the chat I want to respond to. I would just like to know from you guys, one in the chat, if you think Tim Pool knows anything about communism and socialism in the United States. 2 in the chat, if you think that Tim Pool doesn't know shit about shit and he just makes things up all the time. So 1 in the chat if you guys think that Tim Pool is an expert on the far left in America. 2 in the chat if you think that Tim is full of shit. Let me know. Your chats will display on the screen. I love all those 2s. I love it. Love all those 2s.
To the Communist Manifesto, where Marx and Engels said, this is the one thing we would change about the Communist Manifesto. And they said that the working class cannot simply lay hold of the ready-made state machinery and weld it to their own purposes. Marx, who also wrote that the most useful thing the state could do was to commit suicide, and Engels, who opined that he looked forward to the day when the state would sit in the Museum of Antiquity next to the other no longer tools, both were quite clear that the transformation to a socialist society would require a revolution against the state with the goal of abolition. So why?
Revolution against the state with the goal of abolition.
There are a couple of reasons rooted in the fact that socialism, for each according to their needs and by each according to their ability, is a democratic project. Indeed, I would argue it is the only actual possible democracy. Instituting our democratic determination over our world.
Hang on. This is actually really important. Okay, what he just said is socialism is the only form of democracy. It's very important people understand this. And I know that this is confusing because of the name of the Democrat Party, but you have to remember, these people are not Democrats. These people hate Democrats. Socialists believe that the only true form of democracy is socialism. And so when you hear the left talking about protecting democracy, like defending democracy, all that stuff, it is a reference to socialism, because they believe that the only true form of democracy is actually a socialist society. Listen.
Needs and by each according to their ability is a democratic project. Indeed, I would argue it is the only actual possible democracy. Instituting our democratic
from each according to our abilities to each according to our needs is a democratic project. It is the only true form of democracy. No, they aren't. No. The minute that you guys start going, they're mentally ill, is the minute that you dismiss them and underestimate them. And quite frankly, they're kicking your ass, Mr. Don. Like, these people are actually winning. And so what does it say about you and what does it say about conservatives that you are literally losing to mentally ill people, according to you? Mentally ill people are not strategic. Mentally ill people don't organize the way they do. Mentally ill people don't execute the way they do. You've got to stop saying this, because every single fuck off time you guys are like, they're just mentally ill. You dismiss them. You think that they're no threat at all, because are you really afraid of the threat caused by mentally ill people? They're not mentally ill. You've got to stop saying it. If you continue to say it, then the only conclusion is that you want them to win because you're literally running cover for them and letting them operate completely unopposed. I know conservative talking points hurt my eyes too, but we have to do this. There's new people on the channel. We have to debunk the conservative bullshit. We just have to. All right, listen.
And Engels, who opined that he looked forward to the day when the state would sit in the Museum of Antiquity next to the other no longer tools, both were quite clear that the transformation to a socialist society would require a revolution against the state with the goal of abolition. So why? There are a couple of reasons rooted in the fact that socialism, for each according to their needs and by each according to their ability, is a democratic project. Indeed, I would argue it is the only actual possible democracy. Instituting our democratic determination over our world, our labor, the fruits thereof, require a completely different type of social organization. Yes. The capitalist state in the form of bourgeois democracy, which Marx and company called the most stable form of government for capitalism, precisely because of the illusion of democratic control. Straight up military dictatorships are firstly expensive to maintain and historically have been brittle. Like it's hard to maintain that sort of unveiled violence without people seeing and fighting back against that. Yes. But bourgeois democracy, to quote Lenin, well, while a great historical advance in comparison with medievalism, always remains and under capitalism is bound to remain restricted, truncated, false, and hypocritical, a paradise for the rich and a snare and a deception for the exploited. So the fact that it's more democratic than feudalism or dictatorship doesn't mean the democracy afforded can deliver liberation, hence the snare. Yes. Under bourgeois democracy, politics is almost completely divorced from everyday life. We, of course, have the right to vote in federal and local races, but of course, that's been dwindling more and more, especially
when they say bourgeois democracy, he's saying capitalism because the bourgeois are the capitalists.
If you're black or brown. But we do so in an atomized form, in isolation from any community, via secret ballot, in most cases disconnected from political discussion,
appreciate
or actual collective decision making. And this is, of course, independent of the way the vote is already rigged via voter disenfranchisement, gerrymandering, money in politics, problem in the two-party system, the list goes on and on. Then, after you vote someone to office, we have no real mandate or control over what they do. And oftentimes they go and betray us. And I think the whole notion of holding your politician accountable, I find asinine and insulting hot air. Like if you vote for a person to do something, you expect them to do it. And the absence of real control just really reflects that. Additionally, the majority of elections are for people that, the majority of elections are for legislature. So legislature handles the general case of laws, but not the specific business that the state does, which is all really important. All the details of what the state managers, the different departments do is very divorced from what any of us have to say about, say, what education should look like or the numerous international summits that go on. So all these summits, the G8, 9, 10, 11, 12, and all the climate summits make huge, giant geopolitical decisions that in many ways also affects our very survival as a species, and we have no say over those whatsoever. They carry on, and if you look from administration to administration, from crappy old Trump to a little less crappy Biden, it's basically the same functioning throughout.
Crappy old Trump to little less crappy Biden.
On top of that, the vast majority of the state is not elected, and we have next to no control. Importantly, that includes over the repressive apparatus of the army and the police. Lastly, most importantly, in the place where most of us spend the majority of our waking hours, in the workplace, we have absolutely no democracy. We have no control over workplaces, although maybe if you're lucky enough to be in a union that's not shit, you can negotiate over the terms of your exploitation. So this Gordian knot is the product of the state's function that I described earlier. It's not a manifestation of the will of the people, as liberals articulate, but it's a special organization floating above society designed to instill this market order. As we know from the story, the Gordian knot is not untied, but it's cut through. So the breaking apart of the state is one that is not purely a destructive act. Abolition, as Ruth Wilson Gilmore tells us, is about presence, not absence. It's about building life-affirming institutions. Yes. And so we get to those life-affirming institutions by replacing the state with its charade of representative democracy with organs of direct democracy and self-government. This is why the state is a hurdle to the creative act of socialist transformation. The state maintains its role and its place above society.
Hang on. I do find it amusing he's talking about having no control when he's advocating for a society where you get zero control. He doesn't believe you get zero control in the society that he wants. He doesn't believe that. He believes he will have more ability to live his life the way he wants, to talk to the people who are representing him, to go to the community council meeting and be an influence on the community. He believes he will have more ability to influence people in the society that he wants than he does in the society that we have.
Use of violence to secure that place and maintain capitalist order. Self-government is the antithesis of that. The Russian revolutionary Leon Trotsky wrote that the most indubitable feature of a revolution is the direct interference of the masses in historical events. The entry of the masses, a huge amount of people, into their own self-government means breaking apart the previous channels that constrained their activity to this isolated act that is basically pulling your, a ballot box once a year, every other year, something like that. To break it apart. And the direct control from below looks very different.
Hang on, we got another super chat from Southpod. How do they rationalize that they'll have more freedom? Like, what leads to them to believing that so completely? Because they believe that they are currently oppressed under capitalism. They believe that capitalism, which they define as private property ownership, creates all problems in society. Capitalism creates racism. Capitalism creates the patriarchy. Capitalism creates climate change. Capitalism creates conditions where you are oppressed by an employer, where you're making a slave wage and you can't even afford to live, or things like that. Capitalism literally creates every single problem in society according to them. They believe that if they overthrow capitalism, they will instantly rid the world of the vast majority of problems. Therefore, they believe they will have more freedom to operate in a Marxist society and more freedom to live their lives and be artists and all this stuff if they get rid of capitalism and they do that. So that, again, you can disagree with them all you want, but that is what they believe. They believe that it will fundamentally be better for everyone. They believe that when everyone has access to everything they need, there will be no crime, there will be no problems, because everyone will have access to everything they need. And so there won't be, the reason to do that anymore. Appreciate the super chat. No, it has nothing. This is again, conservative bullshit talking point. Has nothing to do with fairness. They're not saying fair. They're saying that what they want is for everyone to have access to all the resources. It's not about fairness. It's about from each according to their ability, to each according to their need. Hey, Mr. Don, do you want to define capitalism for me? Can you please do that in the chat? You want to laugh and make fun of it? Please define capitalism for me. Let me know. Let's see if you've been listening. Are there any talking points the left has that I agree with? I absolutely believe that what's going on in Palestine is a genocide. I am generally on the left side when it comes to anti-war. I am generally on the left side when it comes to what the issue with Israel and Palestine. I don't, not for the same reason as the left, because I don't care about Israel being the settler colonists, but like in regards to like there being a genocide in Palestine, yep, 100%. Yes, there is. Yep. So I do agree with them sometimes. And I think you guys will find when you listen to them and you actually understand what their points are, there will be times where you're like, okay, that's actually a valid point. Okay, that's actually a valid problem. But even when you agree with the left, it's probably not for the same reason that they have. So you always have to keep that in mind.
They're a repurposing of the current state. The bourgeois state is premised on divorcing power and politics from the masses. We want to bring all power to the masses. Yes. We don't want the right people in the Department of Education. We want teachers in democratic control of their schools. Yes. We don't want union-friendly bureaucrats to control the Department of Labor. We want worker control of production. We don't want control of the police. We want them abolished. Yes. Jails leveled, borders opened. This may seem like a chaotic process. But
hang on, he just laid out their list of demands, so we have to listen to that again. Hey, Tayton, it's good to see you. This is Karlyn's Christmas. Hard to beat this time of year. Yeah, the Socialism Conference is the happiest time of year by far. Let's listen to what he just said, because he just literally laid out everything they want. Listen again.
State. The bourgeois state is premised on divorcing power and politics from the masses. We want to bring all power to the masses. Yes. We don't want the right people in the Department of Education. We want teachers in democratic control of their schools. Yes. We don't want union-friendly bureaucrats to control the Department of Labor. We want worker control of production. We don't want control of the police. We want them abolished. Yes. Jails leveled, borders opened.
We don't want the police. We want the police abolished. We want no jails. We want no borders. The reason the left is attacking the ICE facilities and the deportation facilities is because, again, they believe that capitalism is defined as private property ownership. What do you need to have private property? You need to have a border, okay? So when the left says no private property ownership, they mean it's not that they just don't want you to own land, although you will not own land in the socialist utopia. They mean the border around the country, the border around the states, the border around the cities, the border around the towns, and the border around your property. No borders. Everyone understand?
This may seem like a chaotic process, but it's actually one that requires a great deal of organization and combativity of our class. Yes. And that's precisely why the action of breaking apart is so tremendously creative.
All right.
To be clear, no one's saying smash the public schools. Like some people argue against that, will say that. You just want to just kill the post office. We don't want to abolish the post office, tear up the roads, Social Security, but we will definitely trash the DMV. But we're saying... But we're saying under worker control, we give these things a greater breadth of life, directly being connected with the power of self-management and our own daily choice.
I'm sorry. What? He doesn't even know what he's saying, because if you go to communist China, which is communist socialist, look at the ways they have prospered. First of all, that's not even real English. Do you know what you're saying right now? That's not English, bro. Not English. Secondly, they know exactly what they're saying. It's you who doesn't know what they're saying. The left knows what they believe. The right has no fucking clue what the left believes. That is why we have to do these exercises, so that you guys can sit down, shut up, and listen to what they actually have to say, instead of talking in something that isn't even proper English. So less talking for you, listening. If you have questions, you can ask the questions in the chat. Hey, we got a $50 super chat over on Rumble. Jules. Thank you, Jules. You know I'm always impressed with that mind of yours. Thank you, Jules. I appreciate that. What a nice super chat.
Snippet of this creativity and struggle when protest tactics and organizational forms are created on the fly. So we see that in the mutual aid that sprung up in the pandemic, the protest waves that surged forward. We want councils and assemblies that can bloom in public life during mass struggle to be the form of public life that manages society. Like in Minneapolis, at the same time they were burning down the police precinct, they took over a Sheraton hotel and ran it as a homeless center. Like, this is the kind of destruction and creation that we can expect. And so while we aren't there yet, I think it's not something we can do maybe tomorrow. This is why the talk has a degree of abstraction. But I think it must be clear that our side taking power over our lives back from below will always be up against the state. When the ill-gotten gains of the rulers who own everything while doing nothing is challenged, we must not be naive and they're just going to roll over and give in. Revolution is required and necessary, and the state in the end will be a hurdle, and its abolition the precondition for enacting socialist transition from below. Yes.
It's a magazine.
So the other argument.
It's a magazine he edits.
To further illustrate kind of what I'm talking about, I want to talk about a common argument that comes against this. There's some socialists in the movement who see, contra Marx, that we should simply lay hold of the ready-made state machinery and wield it to our purposes. I'm going to lay out what their arguments generally are, and then go over some of the common arguments they make against the position that I laid out.
Oh, good.
First, the common sense of this alternative position is this. And I'm going to call the position utopian incrementalism. It's that socialist changes by doing the following. First, we build movements for reforms with broad appeal in the idea that we're building broad support for socialism. Usually these reforms are designed around some kind of legislation, which is often written by an NGO or a lobbyist organization. We try to get it passed through Congress. The best versions of this position are clear that we need to build a mass movement to do that, but the mass movement is only seen as a pressure tool. They're not actually enacting it. They're passive. The politician does it. They pressure the person who's actually doing the action, which is the politician. So the goal being to incrementally accumulate electoral victories. So if the main actor is the politician, then that's really the key. So the goal is to incrementally accumulate electoral victories in order to, in the end, win a majority in Congress, maybe president too, they're not really clear. Then the socialist movement perhaps can try to make moves to nationalize key industries through laws or executive fiat, not sure which one.
Okay, so he's talking about reformism right now, right? He's talking about, okay, so for people who are new, we're just going to go back. I want to listen to this again. Apologies. For people who are new, there are two types of socialists. There are reformists and there are revolutionaries. The reformists are the DSA. There are other reformist groups too. The Working Families Party is also reformist, but the biggest reformist group that people know about are the DSA. Reformism means you want a post-capitalist society. People are seeing this with the mayor nominee in New York. The mayor nominee in New York is all over on video talking about how he wants a communist society, how he wants to get rid of capitalism, etc., etc., etc. But he's doing it by getting elected to office, okay? So reformists believe we can achieve our post-capitalist world by getting elected to office, by getting into, you know, local positions, city level positions, maybe even an occasional position in the United States government. Revolutionaries, he's a revolutionary. They believe that the electoral process will never work. It's going to take too long. The change is too slow. It's too hard. We need to forego the electoral process and just overthrow the government. So they believe in violent overthrow of the government. They almost never participate in electoral politics. They usually don't run candidates unless they're just using the election to recruit more people to their organization. But by and large, they don't believe in electoral politics. They think the DSA is a giant ass waste of time. Many revolutionary groups do not allow their members to be even a part of the DSA because the DSA, they believe, is too close to capitalism. So what I think we're hearing here, and we need to listen to it again, is he's basically shitting on the reformists, going, they think they're going to get elected to office and they think they're going to do this, that, and the other, but it's not going to work for reason X, Y, B, and Z.
Be clear that our side taking power over our lives back from below will always be up against the state. When the ill-gotten gains of the rulers who own everything while doing nothing is challenged, we must not be naive and they're just going to roll over and give in. Revolution is required and necessary, and the state in the end will be a hurdle, and its abolition the precondition for enacting socialist transition from below.
Yes. So he does say
the other argument.
He does said it. The abolition of the state is a precondition for enacting socialist transition from below. So what he's saying there is it's a convoluted way of saying we cannot win this by utilizing the power of the state. What we have to do is have an uprising of the proletariat from below. We have to abolish the capitalist state, and that is the precondition for getting our socialist society. Listen again.
Required and necessary, and the state in the end will be a hurdle, and its abolition the precondition for enacting socialist transition from below. Yes. So the other argument. So to further illustrate kind of what I'm talking about, I want to talk about a common argument that comes against this. There's some socialists in the movement who see, contra Marx, that we should simply lay hold of the ready-made state machinery and wield it to our purposes.
Reform it.
Lay out what their arguments generally are, and then go over some of the common arguments they make against the position that I laid out.
Does this twit understand that the biggest mouths are the first ones to the firing squad? Yeah, they disagree with you, and they don't think it's going to work out that way. And telling them that is not going to change their minds because they don't think it's going to work out that way. And so you're going to change nothing with this talking point. You're not going to make any progress. So the better strategy, now that you've gotten your debunk out of the system, okay, you got your debunk in. Now what I need you to do is stop talking and listen to what he's saying, okay?
Of mine. First, the common sense of this alternative position is this. And I'm going to call the position utopian incrementalism. It's that socialist changes by doing the following. First, we build movements for reforms with broad appeal and the idea that we're building broad support for socialism. Usually these reforms are designed around some kind of legislation, which is often written by an NGO or a lobbyist organization, to try to get it passed through Congress. The best versions of this position are clear that we need to build a mass movement to do that, but the mass movement is only seen as a pressure tool. They're not actually enacting it. They're passive. The politician does it. They pressure the person who's actually doing the action, which is the politician. So the goal being to incrementally accumulate electoral victories. So if the main actor is the politician, then that's really the key. So the goal is to incrementally accumulate electoral victories in order to, in the end, win a majority in Congress, maybe president too, they're not really clear. Then the socialist movement perhaps can try to make moves to nationalize key industries through laws or executive fiat, not sure which one. The worst of these positions believes a fantasy story that then will pass socialist laws that will be passed to change the institutional structure of capitalism. And then out of respect for the legality of the state, the army and the police remain loyal to the socialist-run majority state.
Well, listen, bro. If you were listening, like I told you to do earlier in the presentation when you tried to debunk them, I know you're feeling all high and mighty right now, but the fact of the matter is that if you were listening for the last 5 fucking minutes, this guy is quite literally telling you that he does not believe in winning elections. He is telling you that winning elections is not going to work to achieve the society they want. He is literally shitting on people who believe that you can achieve a post-capitalist society by winning elections. So there is a reason that I keep begging you guys to stop fucking talking, stop fucking debunking them. You achieve literally nothing with your debunking anyway. And every single time you're debunking them, you are not listening to what they are saying. He is literally telling you, nope, elections aren't going to work. You didn't even hear it because you were so in your feelings and ready to get a good debunk in that you didn't even hear him do it. So now, my advice for you, if you actually want to understand this and you don't just want to own the libs on the internet, my advice to you is to stop talking, stop debunking, and actually listen to what they are saying. And if you have a question about what he is saying, you can ask your question about what he's saying, but this is not a question about what he's saying. This is you as a conservative going, oh yeah, I know all about socialism, and I'm going to tell them, and I'm going to debunk everything that he's saying, and that's going to fix everything. When in fact, it fixes nothing, and you leave here understanding no more than when you started. And the goal of this is to understand them. It is not to debunk them. So start listening, bro. Start listening. Was there another thing in the chat? Well, they are not going to have money in the socialist utopia, so there won't be greed. No money, no greed, essentially, is what they think. Hey, thanks, Alex, member of the channel, for 17 months. Debunking should... Yeah, oh, for real, bro. For real. Okay, new rule. If you want to debunk them, you have to send me $20 or more. If you want to get a really good debunk in, send a bigger super chat because you'll get more room to debunk. And that is the only debunking that is allowed. If you pay me money, then you can debunk them to your heart's content. This is a great rule, Alex. We're going to implement this all weekend. Excellent. Excellent rule. Do the revolutionary communists specifically align with subversive lever? No. They don't care about religion. You guys are the only ones that care about religion. They don't care about religion.
The capitalists are outfoxed by a clever strategy, and voila, we have something called socialism, but usually they're just...
Yeah, this was literally answered earlier, so I recommend you rewind the stream and go from the beginning because this was literally answered earlier explicitly.
Fine with some kind of nationalization.
Someone in the chat can answer if you want to.
That I think is like a pure reformism that believes the capitalist mode of production can be fixed from within. There's a more savvy version of this, and it's articulated by someone like the early 20th century German socialist Karl Kautsky, and repeated by some of those who, fairly dogmatically, hold those positions today. And they have some acknowledgement that there will be some kind of attempt of the capitalist class to stop this hypothetical socialist majority government. People like Kautsky sometimes allude to this by saying like a final test of strength or something like that in their writings, but it's never defined what that is. Presumably,
how do they subvert criminal penalties? I'll tell you exactly how they subvert criminal penalties. No one does anything about this. The Trump administration knows nothing about this. They don't pay attention to it at all. They don't take it seriously. And by the way, it's not that they don't have access to the information. I promise you they have access to the information, but no one does anything about it. So your question is not a good question for me, because if I had my way, we would be deporting every single communist in America. Like, honestly, even the American citizens. Like, if I had my way, there would actually be penalties for planning the overthrow of the federal government. However, I am not a politician. I am a streamer on the internet. I'm an independent journalist. I have tried to get people with the power to do so to pay attention to this, and they don't. You want to know why? Because I don't get enough views on Twitter in order for them to pay attention. That is the honest to God answer. So your question is a great question, but I can't answer it. Go ask the Trump administration. Go ask Pam Bondi. Go ask Harmeet Dillon. Go ask Kash Patel. Go ask literally anyone in the Trump administration why they aren't doing anything about this. And I think that's a really good place to start.
it's a mass defense of a capitalist-led coup of this hypothetical government. The problem being is it's always ill-defined. Revolution is not on the agenda anytime soon, so let's not talk about it. That's how it's played out.
Thank you.
And there are two main critiques of this position. The first is on its gradualism, and the second one is on the very question of revolution. The structure of the state, as I talked about before, relies on taxes and investment. As I described before, this means the question of crisis figures into the struggle for reforms. When capitalism is booming, reforms are easier to apply. When capitalism is in economic downturn, that then places immense pressure on the rolling back of reforms in an attempt to stimulate capitalist investment.
Very true,
This puts the hypothetical majority socialist government in a tremendous bind. Do they either restrain and demobilize their own supporters' hopes and demands as they strike and protest to preserve what's being taken away, or do they promote further radicalization and thus provoke direct confrontation with the capitalist class? The track record of all these experiments is using the state in the previous one.
Hang on. So do the revolutionaries and reformists often fight between themselves? Yup. Yes, they do. Actually, you know what's funny? I'll show you. Where is it? You know, I was looking at the SoundCloud for the Socialism Conference, which is where they post recordings of all their presentations. Let me see if I can find it real quick. Hang on. So the Socialism Conference does record audio sessions of all their presentations, but they don't post them until like months after the event. And I was looking through their SoundCloud earlier today. Ooh, that's something I want to look at, actually. I'm just trying to find it real quick. Apologies. It's going to be worth it if I find it, I promise. Where the fuck is it, though? There's so many presentations. Well, okay, I'll just tell you guys. So there was an actual debate at the Socialism Conference about the idea of reformist versus revolutionary. And this is part of the reason, actually, hang on. Boston Revolutionary Socialists. Firebrand, Boston. No, I actually do want to answer this question. Hang on, I want to show you guys something you can wrap your heads around, though. Oh, wow. This is old school. Hang on. Where is it? Shit, I can't find it. The Boston Revolutionary Socialists have been posting a lot of stuff on their Instagram lately. That's part of the problem. So, I mean, the short answer is yes, they do actually fight with each other. This is why there are a lot of revolutionary groups that don't actually allow their members to become members of the DSA. The revolutionaries can't stand the DSA. And by the way, the DSA does participate in the Socialism Conference, but they do fight about it. This is a schism within the far left that can be exploited. And it is a constant debate. Do we try to win elections? Do we form political parties? Do we form political parties as a recruitment tool rather than to participate in electoral politics? Stuff like that. Hey, Scarlett, thank you for the super chat. I'm new about a couple weeks. I consider myself a conservative and agree with most of your commentary. Great channel. Thank you. Hey, thank you. And just know, Scarlett, if you get what I'm saying, when I'm shitting on conservatives, I'm not talking about you. There are smart conservatives and there are dumb conservatives. And I think the smart conservatives know that there are dumb conservatives. And I think the dumb conservatives probably piss you off just as much as they piss me off. So if you hear me shitting on conservatives, I'm not talking about you, okay? I'm talking about the people that make life difficult. I appreciate the super chat. Welcome to the channel.
Restrain and demobilize the masses. Past attempts have always taken this restraint option, as the direct confrontation actually would entail rupture of the state. And there's a whole bunch of examples I'm not really going to go over, but it's been tried before. It's not a novel new thing. France in 1936, Chile in 1873, France in 1981, Greece in 2015, and Sweden, which some people hold as the ideal, had a left-wing socialist government, the Social Democratic Workers' Party, the SAP, from 1932 until 1976. It's a long time. And a working class that went on strike more than any other European country. So much so that in Europe, if you had the Swedish disease, it means it was workers who struck too often. That was how it was seen. But by 1975, the balance began to shift. SAP lost power. In the 1990s, they gave up some of the nationalization. Things aren't going quite as well. In the fall of 2018, a neo-Nazi party, the Swedish Democrats, won 20% of the vote and are polling higher than the SAP. And they have elections in a couple of weeks. People expect them to win more. So this is the golden fleece that they hold before us. So in short, the dilemma, to quote British socialist Ian Birchall for these, is to challenge the pursuit of profit makes reform impossible. But to leave profit unchallenged means that no significant progress can be made towards equality. Again, it's a Gordian knot only be cut through by destroying the state. So the alternative to this conundrum is to move to upend capitalist social relation. And that means upending private property.
Oh!
Now, that leads us to...
The goal is to upend capitalist social relations, and that means abolishing private property. What I want people to understand is capitalism is not just an economic model. Capitalism is also a cultural model. It's how people relate to each other. It's the power dynamics that create categories, the power dynamics that create hierarchies. And so they want a fundamentally different way of relating to each other. That's why they're calling it like capitalist social dynamics. Listen again.
By destroying the state. So the alternative to this conundrum is to move to upend capitalist social relation. And that means upending private property. Now, that leads us to what happens when we do that, and that's the question of revolution. And so the utopian incrementalists kind of sequester the question of revolution away. It's not a relevant question now. It's not immediately on the agenda. And this is either naive in that it underestimates the eventual...
Okay, so to go to the question earlier, do the reformists and the revolutionaries fight? You're about to hear the revolutionaries say, the reformists think that the revolution is just like this thing that like is going to happen sometime in the future. And that's like a really naive way to look at it. So I think what might be difficult is like when communists and socialists fight, it doesn't look like a debate bro thing on the internet. They're not getting on the debate bro platform and being like revolutionaries versus reformists. This is how communists fight. Is they fight in presentations at conferences. They fight in meetings where one person says, here is what I think. And another person says, oh yeah, here is what I think. But they aren't actually like aggressive towards each other because remember, they're collectivists. They do acknowledge that there has to be like some decorum to their disagreements. And so what you're seeing here is the revolutionaries and the reformists fighting.
upending private property. Now, that leads us to what happens when we do that, and that's the question of revolution. And so the utopian incrementalists kind of sequester the question of revolution away. It's not a relevant question now. It's not immediately on the agenda. And this is either naive in that it underestimates the eventual crucial importance of it, or dishonest, in which they actually don't think revolution is possible or desirable. Tyler Zimmer, one of my rampant comrades, wrote an article responding to this very assertion by Vivek Chibber. He said, if a goal like revolution is simply not worth pursuing, then it's hardly worth debating which strategies might best enable us to achieve it.
See, when they want to fight with each other, they're like, I am going to write a strongly worded article in a socialist magazine. It's actually kind of funny now that I'm thinking about it like this. It's like when conservatives are upset about something, they're like, I'm going to write a strongly worded letter. And when socialists are upset with each other, they're like, I'm going to write a strongly worded article. Hey, thanks, Dragon Balls. There's a recent RCA video. I know, I have this pulled up to watch. They say Mandami, the socialist version of Trump's promises lower rent, lower groceries, will not deliver improvement in life. Within the limits of capitalism, the obstacle is private property. So this is funny. And we'll watch this next week. We're not going to watch it this week because we're doing the socialism conference. When Dragon Balls is referencing the RCA, that is the Revolutionary Communists of America. The Revolutionary Communists of America are the communists you see protesting in the streets with the red t-shirts, with the giant red flags that have the hammer and sickle on them. They are not inconspicuous, okay? And when the RCA does a lot of content on their YouTube channel, and so the RCA is saying that Democratic Socialist mayor candidate isn't a real socialist because he doesn't want to like abolish private property soon enough or something like that. So this is an example of like the Revolutionary Communists of America are saying, stupid DSA mayoral candidate, you're not even going to deliver on the promise of socialism. So we will watch that next week, Dragon Balls. Thank you for the reminder.
Likewise, if a goal, however desirable it might be in itself, is impossible to achieve, or at any rate so far-fetched as to be totally unrealistic even in the long run, it's unworthy of serious consideration now or in the future. But, on the other hand, if a goal is desirable and feasible in the long run, but impossible to achieve in the short run, it seems extremely unwise to push it to the side and dismiss it as irrelevant to those organizing in the here and now. And I would just underscore that. It's not just unwise, but disastrous. As indeed this final conflict with capital and its foot soldiers of counter-revolution is the most crucial, difficult, and dangerous challenge that we face. It is in this struggle that revolutions win or they're repressed in blood. And if we're building a socialist movement or an organization of revolutionaries that are unprepared politically, organizationally, for these moments of highest level of class struggle, then we are sure to lose. And that truth has brutal historical lessons in the annals of capitalist revenge for movements, organizations, and governments that, according to the rulers, took it a step too far. So with that bright and sunny point, I want to shift to talking about, there's basically two main arguments that their side make as far as like why we can't have revolution right now. And they're really consistent. In reading the literature, the same basic two arguments are made to bolster their position, from the writings of Kautsky from the early 20th century to the Euro-communists in the 70s and 80s like Santiago Carrillo and Enrique Berlinguer, related thinkers like Poulantzas, and to their contemporary adherents, largely in Jacobin. So there's little novelty to these arguments, even though they're always presented to us as though this is the undogmatic, realistic position. So the first argument they make is about the military and the state. Revolution, they argue, is impossible because modern militaries and the repressive apparatuses are far more developed, advanced, and solid than they were 100 years ago at the time of Marx and Lenin and the Russian Revolution. Now, there is an obvious truth to this, and this is why it is and will be a massive challenge. I think it'd be delusional to say otherwise, that it wouldn't be a very difficult thing. And that's why when I talk about revolution, I don't think of some kind of small-scale armed guerrilla type struggle that immediately pursues a military strategy as something that's effective or is anything but suicidal in this country at this moment.
All right. This dude somewhere, you have now lost your talking privileges in the chat because I'm not actually convinced you're listening to a word that's being said. So I'm putting you in a timeout. I'm going to extend that timeout for the rest of the stream. This is not to punish you. This is to actually give you an opportunity to listen by taking away your ability to talk.
The revolution will have to have a mass character, involving huge sections of society in the streets, engaging in militant action, taking over buildings, taking over workplaces. And yes, there may need to be armed defense, but its mass quality and connections to being able to shut down society and run it anew are its main tools. Acknowledging this being a major challenge, I think that the idea this means that revolution is thus unrealistic doesn't stand up to critical scrutiny, because when they say it's difficult because of the military and whatnot, they don't present an alternative. It's utopian to believe in the political neutrality of the army. Like, do we actually believe that state bodies like the CIA is going to adhere to the conventions of legality under pressure in a system in crisis and the question of expropriation?
Hang on. Amalek's here. That's new. Welcome, Amalek. Karlyn, you got to give me the too long didn't read on your thoughts on the American Communist Party sometime. Here are my thoughts on the American Communist Party, and they actually align with the thoughts of like real socialist activists. The American Communist Party isn't like a real thing. I mean, it's a real thing. It does actually exist, but is it taken seriously on the left at all? No. No, they think it's a social media stunt. The American Communist Party is not involved in leftist organizing. They're kind of like, it's its own kind of thing. Now, how the American Communist Party got so many members is essentially what it was there was a meltdown in the Communist Party USA before the election last year. And essentially, and the Communist Party USA wasn't even really a functional thing either. It's not taken seriously on the left. But essentially, the Communist Party USA told everyone they had to vote for Joe Biden. This was before he dropped out of the race. And the members of the Communist Party USA got so pissed off that they started rebelling against the leadership of the Communist Party USA. And then the leadership of the party basically kicked out everyone that didn't want to vote for Joe Biden. And then those people went, and then they joined with Haas and Jackson Hinkle and all these people, and they formed the American Communist Party, which has no involvement in real leftist activism in the United States at all. So that's kind of what we think about it. It's a giant LARP. More power to them, I guess. Whatever. Did I see a super chat? I did, from South Pod. The RCA are here in Canada too. Yes, they are. They're all over the world, actually. Same colors and tactics, except they call themselves the RCC, or Worldwide Revolutionary Communists. Yep. True.
On the line? Like, do we believe the military brass in toto are not going to come to the voice of reaction? Like, we see how much, even in much lesser moments of struggle, with far less on the line for the ruling class, how the police work in lockstep tandem with the far right. And the scores of examples like Kyle Rittenhouse and getting his bottle of water from the cops after he shot people during the 2020 anti-racist rebellion should stand as examples. The challenge of counter-revolution by forces of reaction is a real one. And the fact that it is harder doesn't answer the question as how you stop it. Their side says rally to defend the majority socialist government. Even if this were for the specific situation, counter-revolution will only be defeated if we destroy the means for counter-revolution. And that means breaking apart the state, the repressive apparatus, and seizing the means of production. And that is called socialist revolution. And when we do that, it cannot be accompanied by any respect for private property or servility to bourgeois legality.
Bourgeois legality means, okay.
That's the first charge.
When he just denounced civility to bourgeois legality, what he's saying is, I don't care if what I'm saying is illegal. Bourgeois legality means the law. So they think the laws in the United States are bourgeois legality that they can pretty much ignore because the laws of the United States are only existing to uphold private property ownership. Listen again.
Means of production. And that is called socialist revolution. And when we do that, it cannot be accompanied by any respect for private property or servility to bourgeois legality. That's the first charge. The second charge they make, which I like less, is that bourgeois democracy has legitimacy for the vast majority of working people. Parliaments, they argue, are gains won by working class people and thus should be defended. And the first thing to say is this: there's a wild historical inaccuracy. Universal suffrage, the right to vote, as limited as it is now, was a demand and won by working class people, but parliaments were not. Parliaments were designed to secure rule by the bourgeois, or even implemented from above as pressure valves to quell out fears of rebellion. But that aside, again, it is the case that this is something that needs to be overcome. Like, people do have, there's a material base for reformism. It can't be overstated. It's true that the majority of people in the US still have various illusions in reformism via the state. The fact that the state, out of its function to moderate class conflict created by contradictions of capitalism, has been a mechanism through which workers have made gains, is the material basis for modern reformism. But that's not a good thing. That's a hurdle to be overcome. Even modern reformism has its contradictions. I think the notion that bourgeois democracy is legitimated in the eyes of the working class is not so simple to argue when you look around beyond the simple allure of the fact that there is notions of reformism. There was a Gallup poll in July that found Congress had a 7% approval rate. The same Gallup poll found that the average confidence in all political institutions was at a historic low. And if you look at the scale of anger, If you look at the scale of anger globally, we saw 2019 as a massive wave of demonstrations of anti-government character from Sudan to Hong Kong, Colombia, Algeria, Haiti. And this found expression in the anti-racist rebellion here after the murder of George Floyd and Breonna Taylor. And in a Newsweek poll then, a majority of Americans were in favor of the burning down of a Minneapolis police station. At the time, the approval rating of that
guys, people are asking about his tattoo. I mean, this is just a tattoo style that became popular like several years ago, where like people started doing blackout tattoos. I think blackout tattoos are stupid, but that's a blackout. It's just a it actually has nothing to do with socialism. It's just a tattoo culture thing. That's all it is. Don't worry about it.
Insurrectionary Act was more favorable than both presidential candidates, the two capitalist parties. So
wait, I'm sorry. What was that? First of all, they just called the both parties the two capitalist parties. So he just said that more people were in favor of burning down the police station than were in favor of the presidential candidate for the two capitalist parties.
Newsweek poll then, a majority of Americans were in favor of the burning down of a Minneapolis police station. At the time, the approval rating of that Insurrectionary Act was more favorable than both presidential candidates, the two capitalist parties. So in the context of what do we do as revolutionaries? What do we say with our propaganda and our attitude to work-building movements? Do we stoke support for liberal democracy and the status quo and reinforce the legitimacy of the system? Or do we try to fuel the fire of intense dissatisfaction and say, yes, the system is rotten, it cannot save you, and it has to be abolished? These are precisely different tasks. As this relates to a question that I might anticipate coming up in the discussion, and I'm getting near to wrapping. I can imagine someone saying, so Brian, how do you convince my mother, friend, coworker of the need to smash the state? And to that I say, you won't. The notion of winning people to revolution isn't a line. It's not going to happen by you or me standing on the street corner and just saying we need a revolution over and over and over. It's a process. People change their mind by participating in struggle, and revolutionaries in struggle patiently connecting the immediate task of the day to the final need for socialist revolution. Either of those don't work in the absence of the other. And that is why the self-activity of the masses of everyday people is so important. And it has to take the form not just of passive support of a candidate, but people take an active control of their lives in fighting for their own.
They want to get rid of all money, so I would assume that would also mean the Federal Reserve. They don't want money in their society.
Futures. And this is a very real thing. Like yesterday here at the conference, I was chairing a discussion about the Sudanese revolution, which I think is probably one of the most advanced, politically rich revolutionary struggles going on right now in the world. And one of the panelists, the participant in the revolution, Muzan O'Neill, talked about the process of how consciousness changes. So they described how initially people were revolting around bread, and then it came to the entire system has to fall. And she referenced the old adage that is attributed to Lenin about sometimes there are decades when nothing happens, and sometimes there are weeks when decades happen. And she said, those aren't just pretty words. This actually happens. And this is from something that's happening right now. So I think we should take that to heart. And so to conclude, the capitalist state structure functions such that it's not a direct instrument of the ruling class, but an apparatus that floats above society, that works to generalize the best interests of the maintenance of the capitalist system and promote the interests of the national ruling class. At its core, it's special bodies of armed men that are used to enforce subservience to market order. It's a hurdle to be overcome.
No.
If we want to talk about
Don't do that.
taking democratic control over society, and if we want to transform capitalist socialist relations to building a socialist world, the capitalist state needs to be smashed into smithereens and relegated to the annals of ancient history.
All right. All right. Now they're going to move into a discussion, so we don't need to watch this one anymore. So it just took us 2 hours to go through a 40-minute presentation. How's everyone feeling? Everyone feeling good? Are new people enjoying the content? So, this is the first presentation I had brought up. We have another presentation to watch. But before we get into the second presentation, I just want to do a quick pause. I want to welcome everyone that maybe hasn't been to my channel before. I appreciate you guys coming and watching Socialism with me. We do a lot of deep dives into socialism. This is Socialism Week on the channel because tomorrow we are going to start streaming the Socialism 2025 conference. You can find the full streaming schedule for what we're going to be doing on my Substack. I will pop the link in the chat. Make sure you are subscribed to my channel, whether that be on YouTube, Rumble, Kick, Twitter, whatever it is. And this is the full schedule that we're going to be streaming for the next couple days. We're doing a little warm-up round today where we're watching classic presentations from the Socialism Conference. But tomorrow at 8:30, the live Socialism Conference kicks off in Chicago. So we are going to do a pregame tomorrow. We're going to be starting the stream at 5 o'clock. We're going to watch some more classic socialism episodes. But the live streaming of the Socialism Conference starts at 8:30 tomorrow night, Eastern Time. And then I will be streaming the Socialism Conference on this channel all day Friday and all day Saturday. So you can head over to the Substack. You can see what time the sessions are. I'm going to do my best to follow this schedule. It might change, and everyone needs to be flexible if it does. Thank you, Klump, for the feeling bourgeois. I appreciate that. But we are going to be doing a lot of socialism streaming over the next couple of days. I really appreciate everyone coming and hanging out. If you feel like supporting the work I'm doing, the very best place to do that is over on my Substack. That is Karlyn, KARLYN.substack.com. I am 100% independently funded, so I do not take any political money from any political group. I am funded by normal people just like you who believe in what we're doing, who want to see this information exposed, who want access to, streams like this where you're doing deep dives into content that you're not going to find anywhere else. So if you can afford to support my work, please do so over on the Substack. You get some perks when you do that, and I really appreciate it. We are now going to move into our next session. And I hope we make it through this one, but it's longer than the last one, so I guess we'll see. So just so there's no confusion, I want to watch a presentation called How Do We Get a New Constitution? Because, again, you just heard it in the first presentation we just watched, but every time they say the capitalist state, they are talking about the Constitution, okay? They believe the United States Constitution was built on capitalism. It is only written to protect private property ownership, and they believe that they need to get rid of the Constitution and abolish it in order to achieve their Marxist utopia. This is a classic presentation from the Socialism 2022 conference addressing exactly that topic. The description is, the left's path to power is blocked by one of the oldest and least democratic founding documents in the world. Will it take a revolution to rewrite our Constitution? The recent Constituent Assembly in Chile may show a way forward. So this is a presentation where socialists are going to look at something that happened in another country, and they're going to say, how can we apply that to the United States to achieve socialism in the United States? All right? Everyone make sure you mount the like button for me. Everyone make sure you're subscribed to the channel if you're not already. There's a shocking disparity between the number of people who are watching and the number of people who've mounted the like button, so make sure you mount the like button. If you don't want to mount the like button, you can high five it. You can give the like button a kiss on the cheek. You can give the like button a slap on the ass. Whatever you want to do to the like button is fine. Just no smashing, because smashing is for teenagers. We don't do that here. but you can do whatever else you want to the like button. Yep, you're probably about to get triggered. Yep. All right, let's listen.
My name is Nia Inoue. I will be chairing this session. I am a member of DSA's National Political Education Committee, which organized this panel. And the title of the panel is How Do We Get a New Constitution? So this question is motivated by the fact that, as we all know, a number of counter-majoritarian institutions that are baked into our Constitution, including the Electoral College, the Supreme Court, and the Senate, effectively block majority opinion.
Okay. The Electoral College, the Supreme Court, and the Senate are all institutions that the left wants to abolish. That's why they brought them up specifically, is saying the Electoral College, the Supreme Court, and the Senate are a huge fucking obstacle in our way of getting what we want. I don't think we've ever watched it, actually. I've never seen this before, I don't think. So listen.
Institutions that are baked into our Constitution, including the Electoral College, the Supreme Court, and the Senate, effectively block majority opinion on issues ranging from climate change to healthcare to reproductive rights from becoming law in this country. And this insight, which the left has long held, is becoming more mainstream.
Weird sound, but it's on their
especially
end.
in the wake of the recent Dobbs decision that overturned Roe versus Wade. So we're seeing kind of an opening where, liberals who have traditionally kind of sanctified the Constitution are open to the insight, to the idea that this country is not and never has been a democracy, right? And so there's this opening to kind of rethink the basic terms of our society. At the same time, the far right poses threats, increasing threats to the limited and imperfect democratic institutions that we do have. And the idea behind this panel was that the left, the US left, lacks a clear and coherent response to this set of problems. So we generally think of our goal as socialists as democratizing the economy. But should the US left also be leading the fight for political democracy in America? And if so, what would that look like? We also know that tomorrow, Chileans will be voting, taking a historic vote on a new constitution. And that constitution is the product of nearly a decade of mass protest. And it is a radically democratic constitution that would replace the neoliberal, or would replace the neoliberal constitution that's been in place since Pinochet's dictatorship. And so, given that recent experience, we also wanted to ask what we as the US left can learn from the Chilean experience. How should we as socialists in the US orient ourselves?
So I just want to point this out. So this is a common talking point you hear on the right, is these crazy communists don't know anything about communism. They need to educate themselves about communism. Okay. Communists spend literally all their time thinking about communism, looking at the way communism has been implemented, studying other countries, studying revolutions in other countries, studying things that didn't work, studying things that did work, thinking about how to apply it to the United States. And this is actually a very big part of their organizing, is international education about how these uprisings have worked in other countries and how they can take those ideas and apply it in the United States. So it is not accurate to say that they're not educated. They're highly educated, and they're thinking about how can we take things that have worked in other areas. I mean, they really have a very internationalist approach in their organizing. We don't often watch their presentations about that, but they do a ton of stuff about here is what's happened in other countries and here is how that's relevant here.
Toward the Constitution and toward political democracy more broadly? And what concretely can we do to work towards transforming the basic terms of our society? So with me to discuss these questions are three amazing people. David Duhalde is a longtime Democratic Socialist activist. He started as a campus cadre with what is now called Young Democratic Socialists of America. And since then, he served as DSA's National Youth Organizer and Deputy Director. David also served as political director of the Bernie Sanders-inspired Our Revolution, and he's the chair of the DSA Fund. Amna Akbar teaches law at Ohio State University and writes about today's left and their demands.
There are a lot of college professors and college employees that go to the Socialism Conference.
And Aziz Rana is a law professor at Cornell University, and he's the author.
We know Aziz. We've listened to Aziz several times. Aziz is a constitutional law professor. Apparently, he worked at Cornell when this presentation was done. But today, Aziz teaches at the Boston College School of Law. And we have seen Aziz at least 2 other times on this channel talking about abolishing the Constitution. That's great. I didn't expect Aziz to be here.
Author of The Two Faces of American Freedom and the forthcoming book, The Constitutional Bind: Why a Broken Document Rules America. He's also a frequent contributor to N+1, Jacobin, Dissent, the Boston Review, and various other publications.
The reason he contributes to the
so
Boston
please join me in
Review.
welcoming these 3 panelists. The way we're going to proceed is we'll start with an initial round of questions for each of the panelists. So I'll ask a question of each of them, and they'll come up and share their thoughts. And then we'll have some time for the panelists to respond to each other, because they all have different kind of areas of expertise, but also a lot to say about each of these questions. And then we'll open it up for audience questions and discussion. And so we're very eager to hear from you all about your questions and insights on this topic. I will keep time for the Q&A, and I'll give everyone 2 minutes for their question, and I will cut off questions that go beyond that to make sure that we have time to hear from a wide range of people in the room. Okay, great. So we're going to start with a question for Aziz. So Aziz, there is a long-standing fight between liberals and conservatives in the US over the meaning of the Constitution. But until very recently, both sides in this debate have taken for granted that the US Constitution is a sacrosanct embodiment of democratic values articulated in the Declaration of Independence. Meanwhile, the left often gestures toward the illegitimacy of the Constitution, but we don't really have an alternative, like a positive alternative, right? So concretely, what sort of political problems from the left's perspective does the Constitution pose? And what would a left constitutional politics look like?
So first, I just want to say thank you, Mia, for organizing this panel, for bringing us all together. It's great to be here in conversation with folks that I'm really eager to hear from. And thanks so much to all of you. Can folks hear me? Thanks so much to all of you as well for joining us today. So in engaging with that question, I'll talk for 10 minutes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I can give you time. Yeah, I'll let you know when your time is up.
Make sure that I don't go too long. I think the first thing to note is that the long-standing challenge for really socialism in America has been, how do you build a cross-racial, class-conscious majority that's actually committed to overcoming capitalism? And how do you ensure that that majority can effectively exercise power? So that's like the orienting frame. And for generations of American socialists, and you can think from Debs and Crystal Eastman to Du Bois, James and Grace Lee Boggs, the Panthers, the Constitution was a profound hindrance, both institutionally in terms of the specific devices established by the text.
Holy shit, what a good quote right off the bat. The Constitution was a profound hindrance to socialism. Hey, thanks us freaks for becoming a member of the channel. Really appreciate it.
Then also culturally, the role that the Constitution plays in America.
Oh, and culturally too. It's not just a strategic hindrance to socialism. It's a cultural hindrance to socialism. Listen.
And how do you ensure that that majority can effectively exercise power? So that's like the orienting frame. And for generations of American socialists, and you can think from Debs and Crystal Eastman to Du Bois, James and Grace Lee Boggs, the Panthers, the Constitution was a profound hindrance, both institutionally in terms of the specific devices established by the text, but then also culturally, the role that the Constitution plays in American life, and indeed the very idea of what constitutes a constitution. These are huge hindrances, and there's a basic assumption that the only way you're going to effectively engage in power building and have that transformative majority exercise power was if this constitutional system is transcended.
Oh!
And so maybe I think it's useful to kind of work through, well, what were the institutions?
We don't want to abolish the Constitution. We want to transcend the Constitution.
And cultural hindrances. And then at the same time, what's the alternative vision of socialist constitutional politics? Because I think especially at this moment, when critique of the Constitution has become much more commonplace, it's really useful to juxtapose the differences between liberal constitutional reformism and socialist constitutional transformation. All right, so what are the weaknesses institutionally? And this is stuff that
we're not liberals. We don't want to transform the Constitution. We're socialists. We want to transcend the Constitution.
Me is already highlighted, so I'm going to try to go through this very quickly, and maybe we can discuss it in greater detail in Q&A. But you can think of the socialist critique as saying that there are three major institutional weaknesses of the constitutional system as a mode of organizing political government. That all of these weaknesses underscore the extent to which they're deeply undemocratic in ways that hinder and undermine the capacity of working people to exercise power. So one, it's fundamentally compromises majority rule. And by this, it's that one of the very few tools that folks that are poor, oppressed, do not have financial means or...
You're not listening. You're not listening. They don't want a living constitution. They want to transcend the Constitution, which means they want to abolish the Constitution. They don't want the Constitution to exist.
Access to land have is the power of the vote within the context of the political system. It's not the only tool, but it's one of the significant tools. And what the constitutional system does from its very design in the 18th century is it fractures the power of the vote through all of those different elements that were raised. So the structure of the Senate, the Electoral College, gerrymandering in the House, the Supreme Court, and then something that's also not emphasized nearly enough, how difficult it is to amend the Constitution itself. So the Constitution, according to Todd Ginsburg and many other folks, is perhaps the hardest constitution in the world to amend, and this has a direct effect on who actually wields constitutional decision-making, namely a court system and a set of insulated legal elites. One. Two, it's not just that it undermines majority power, but as Mia highlighted, it facilitates minority rule, and in particular, a very specific form of minority rule. The dominant brand of authoritarianism in American history, not just today, but across American history, has been a brand of white racial authoritarianism.
Okay. I know exactly what people are going to say to that, but you have to remember that to the far left, whiteness is a reference to capitalism. When they say white racial authoritarianism, what they, I knew, don't clip this out of context. What they mean is systemic racism, or the system that upholds racism, which is capitalism. They believe the Constitution fundamentally upholds private property ownership. Slavery was the ownership of people as private property. Slavery created systemic racism, the system that upholds racism, which is capitalism. The reason I know this is he said the Constitution upholds minority rule. Okay? Are white people, in the eyes of the left, the minority in the United States? That's a yes or no question. Because he said explicitly, because we're going to break this down, I want to make sure people understand it, especially the dissident right-wingers like Amalek. The Constitution facilitates minority rule. Does the far left consider white people to be the minority? No, they don't. Do you know what they consider to be the minority? The bourgeois capitalists. actually felt like I was being nice. I want you on my side. I want you on my side versus big tech, okay? You are on my side. So when they say minority, they mean the bourgeois capitalists. They believe the Constitution is in place to support and uphold the bourgeois capitalists. So when he's saying white racial rule, that is a reference to the bourgeois capitalists, not a reference to white skin color, okay? Listen again. You have to listen to the full context. Otherwise, this is not going to make sense.
Amend the Constitution itself. So the Constitution, according to Todd Ginsburg and many other folks, is perhaps the hardest constitution in the world to amend, and this has a direct effect on who actually wields constitutional.
Please keep doing this. Please, can I make a specific apology form for him specifically? Can I do that? Like specific. We're gonna make a special big tech apology form just for Amalek to troll him. If you don't know what I'm talking about, don't worry about it. Okay, we're being serious again. Well, yeah, on this, I could actually, they might be saying that whiteness is Jewish. Okay, on this, I could accept it. All right, everyone's being serious again. No more fun.
Decision making, namely a court system and a set of insulated legal elites. 1. 2, it's not just that it undermines majority power, but as Mia highlighted, it facilitates minority rule, and in particular, a very specific form of minority rule. The dominant brand of authoritarianism in American history, not just today, but across American history, has been a brand of white racial authoritarianism. And this is a structure of power fundamentally opposed to multiracial democracy that has been sustained through the structures of the constitutional system. In other words, that these devices actually give far greater power to a minority coalition well beyond its actual majority support in ways that not only undermine the capacity of mass popular claims to claim a foothold, but also then entrench those specific political objectives. And we can see that right now through the structure of the system, who ends up on the Supreme Court, and the set of views that end up being presented. If you just take the question about abortion rights, if you had just a straightforwardly liberal democratic, not even socialist democratic political order, it'd be pretty easy to assume that we'd have reproductive rights in the constitutional system as a constitutional right, because you have over 60% as a durable supermajority that back this. The reason why that's not in the constitutional system right now is because of the fractured and minoritarian dimensions of it, how that then feeds a minority coalition that's able to impose its own views despite the fact that 2/3 of the population effectively oppose it. And that this plays out historically. So during the period of slavery, during the defeat of...
So what he's saying is he's saying that the minority, the capitalist, the bourgeois, don't want women to have reproductive freedom because reproductive freedom would liberate women from the gender binary, which would attack the nuclear family as the social reproduction mechanism of capitalism. Therefore, it is not in the interest of the minority bourgeois capitalists to give women the ability to have free, on-demand abortions up until birth, because if they give women the ability to have free, on-demand abortions up until birth, that will disrupt the social reproduction of capitalism within the nuclear family, which is not in the interest of the capitalist bourgeois. Does everyone understand what I just said? That's effectively what he just said. But again, you have to understand that when he says white racial minority, he's not, or white racial authoritarian, he's not talking about skin color, he's talking about bourgeois capitalists. Because this only makes sense if he's talking about bourgeois capitalists. No, they don't. They never talk about skin color, bro. They literally never talk about skin color. He literally said less than 5 minutes ago that whiteness is a structural problem. It's not a skin color. It's not a type of person. It is a structural problem. It is a systemic problem. No, he didn't. Bro, I know you just became a member of the channel, but you and I are going to fight about this if you don't stop and listen. He's not talking about white people. He's talking about the system. Why isn't he saying white skin color if he's talking about white people? He will never say white skin color because he's not talking about people. He's talking about the system.
Reconstruction during the high tide of industrial capitalist oppression, and even more recently, where you have these institutions that are able to entrench a wealthy and white elite coalition, and that coalition then is incentivized to view anything like majority rule as a direct threat to itself, and then to treat the instruments of minority power as a way of sustaining its own strength. It's why, if you look at the collapse of Reconstruction, on the one hand, you can say, well, this is unconstitutional because you had lynchings, acts of extreme violence. But at the same time, it was also facilitated by the very constitutional.
Yeah, this is actually correct. So there is impact on white people on the basis of their ideas. White people based on skin color absolutely are impacted by these ideas. However, that's not the intent. The intent is about the socioeconomic status. It's about who owns property and who does not own property. The minority is the bourgeois capitalist. The majority are the oppressed proletarians who don't own property. That's what he's saying. Now, do their ideas and the implementation of their ideas have effects on white people? Yes, but that's not their intention. It's just an outcome of what they're doing that they don't even really care about. I understand why this might be confusing to people, though.
Order that gave power to these minority coalitions in the first place. And then the third thing is that the workaround in the 20th century has been the rise of presidential power. And what we found is that presidential power is very good for engaging in forms of adventurism abroad, so exercising security power overseas, breaking up families at the border in the context of immigration. But it's not very good for actually mobilizing large-scale majorities and implementing long-lasting popular positions. So we have a system that strengthens executive authority in the security context, and yet is fundamentally broken when it comes to democratic decision-making. Okay, I'll try to be very quick because I know that I'm going over.
Oh, no, you're good. You're not over.
So that's all a problem. That's a problem that liberals too understand in various ways. But I think one of the distinctive socialist contributions is to say that the problem is not just institutional, it is cultural. And by this, I mean that it's the thing that's distinctive about the US is not only do we have a broken constitutional system, but we have one that is venerated as near perfect, as a near perfect distillation of what democratic possibility could be. And that, if you just take a moment and step back, is utterly bizarre. So why is it that perhaps one of the least functioning, constitutional systems on the planet is venerated as its ideal type? And the only way you can explain that is by seeing how it connects to the rise really across the 20th century of American global power, of an idea of American exceptionalism, and of an American capitalist project that's viewed as juxtaposed against various forms of tyranny, including Soviet tyranny, and that the Constitution becomes a central embodiment for why American power is not imperial, that the US operates abroad, supposedly consistent with various kinds of constitutional and self-governing principles. That's how it operates domestically. And it produces a deep culture of veneration where to be American, to even conceive of what it means to have an American polity, is wrapped up with a text that fundamentally deserves its public. And it produces an almost internal kind of like psychic conflict with even left liberal Americans today. So you have a liberal analysis that says the Constitution is partly responsible for the rise of Trump. But then you also have a liberal analysis by the same folks that say the only thing that can save us from Trump is the Constitution. So Biden or Obama, they give speeches about how democracy is imperiled in front of pictures of James Madison, a slave owner who established a system that's fundamentally inconsistent with democracy.
I just want to point out that he just shit-talked Obama and Biden. They don't like Obama. They don't like Biden.
And what the socialist critique articulated was that if you think of the central cultural forces that undermine class-conscious mobilizing in Europe, These cultural forces are tied to symbols that sustain elite forms of
This is Aziz. What is Aziz's last name? Aziz as a reminder, Aziz is a constitutional law professor at Boston College. I can't find his name. It's not in the presentation, but his first name is definitely Aziz. It says it in the presentation. I just don't remember it. Aziz something Muslim. I don't know.
deference. In other words, class deference to those that have money, land, power. And in Europe, these were the symbols of the crown, of the church. But in the US, perhaps counterintuitively, it's the very symbols and institutions of republicanism and liberal democracy, with the Constitution chief among them, that helps perpetuate a framework of elite deference. And it means that contesting the Constitution is not just about contesting the institutions, but it's about contesting a cultural world that assumes that the only horizon of democratic possibility is the one that basically emerged in the wake of World War II and in the context of the Cold War. That is the sum total of what one can imagine. So what is it that socialists posited instead? They said that when liberals think about a constitution, they think about a fundamental law, a set of governing laws that stand above ordinary law, and that they view this constitution and the court as ideal because of the ways in which it limits ordinary political power. And they said instead, no, what a constitution has to be understood as is a sustained political praxis of transformation. In other words, that the whole point is to develop over time, continuously, new arrangements that fundamentally reconstruct the existing institutions of state and economy. And that these new arrangements have to also include the processes of government, because that is a central place where existing hierarchies, the status quo, is re-entrenched and sustained. That if the socialist critique in a deep sense is that all of the rules are basically rigged against people that are oppressed, the socialist constitutional argument is that, you know what some of the most central rules are? They're rules in the legal political system. They're not separate from the economic system. These two things are joined and so have to be contested. And they're contested through some of the procedural fixes that liberals imagine, like getting rid of the Electoral College. But those procedural fixes are not then to solidify some new fundamental law or to perfect a constitutional system that just needs tweaks. Instead, these procedural fixes are supposed to be about expanding.
Hey, thanks to ladies for the super chat. Appreciate it. We wanted to send another donation for teaching us all so much with what is really happening, not the misinformation that most media are pushing. Thank you. That's really nice. Hang on. Oh, shoot. I was trying to take a screenshot of it and my computer snapped the screenshot early. All right. Thank you for the super chat. I appreciate it.
The power of working people to fundamentally transform their society. And so socialists argued for the elimination of the Senate, a move toward a parliamentary system, a much more simplified constitutional amendment process, fundamental transformations to the nature of the court system. And then they tie that to another thing, which is, if the argument is not just institutional, but it's symbolic and cultural, what socialists are interested in is building a sovereign revolutionary people that's able to conceive of itself as committed to fundamentally dislodging the nature of the society. For those that were involved in the Panthers or Drum, alongside people like the Boggs.
I'm sorry, what? Say that again, Aziz. Go back.
Not just institutional, but it's symbolic and cultural. What socialists are interested in is building a sovereign revolutionary people that's able to conceive of itself as committed to fundamentally dislodging the nature of the society. For those,
what socialists want to do is build a sovereign revolutionary people who are committed to dislodging, like, the nature of society. What did he say again?
As committed to fundamentally dislodging the nature of the society.
We are trying to build a revolutionary force to fundamentally dislodge the nature of society. I know it's a little flowery, but he's being very clear about what he wants.
For those that were involved in the Panthers or Drum, alongside people like the Boggses, this meant a break a basic decisive break from the modes of racial capitalism and colonialism that had marked the American experience, and a commitment to decolonizing society. And so when the Panthers established a Revolutionary People's Constitutional Convention to imagine an alternative world, they included things like police and prison abolition in their new constitutional framework, so not just procedural ideals. They included a system of reparations that applied both domestically but also to people abroad that had been subject to American imperial power. They included land return. They included fundamentally redistributed economic provisions like a guaranteed job and income. And they also included basic socioeconomic rights like the right to health, housing, education as a precondition of anything like a free society. And they link these two together based on the idea that a constitutional politics has to be about imagining the kind of people and bringing it into existence that could in fact produce something like an emancipatory horizon. And all of this, again, last point, was grounded in this thought that if the system is rigged, then one has to decisively contest institutionally and culturally all of the places in which power basically over time in a repeated fashion goes to those that have and undermines those that do not.
Thank you. Thank you, Aziz. That was great.
Well, actually,
so now
yes,
we're going
actually,
to...
this is actually an important point. They believe that Israel is the same as the United States. Israel are the settler colonists. Settler colonists means they stole the indigenous land and privatized it under capitalism. The United States are also the settler colonists that stole the indigenous land and privatized it under capitalism. The Palestinians, in the case of the what's going on in Gaza, the Palestinians are in a decolonization uprising to take back their land. And the socialists in the United States view themselves in a decolonization effort against the evil capitalist constitution and government. So that's for people who are new. And I know you know this, Amalek, but I know other people might not know this. The reason that the far left does not support Israel is not anything to do with them being Jewish. This might actually disappoint Amalek, but the far left doesn't actually care if people are Jewish. They care if people are the settler colonists. So all this bullshit you hear about on conservative media about anti-Semitism and Jew hate, it's actually not real. They don't hate them because they're Jewish. They hate the United States for exactly the same reason as they hate Israel, because it's about the settler colonists, not about any sort of like religion or race thing or anything like that.
Who moved to Chile and think about their recent experience and what we can learn from it. So David, you recently visited Chile in the run-up to the recent presidential election. I wanted to ask you to reflect on what the conditions were in Chile that were in place that made it possible for Chileans to win not only a referendum and a constitutional convention, but also through the convention process, a much more democratic proposed constitution. And what do you think it would take? What would it look like, right, to make that kind of process imaginable in the United States?
Can folks hear me? Okay, great. So thanks everyone again for coming today. So I have my Gabriel Boric hat for good luck for tomorrow's referendum. So take also with a grain of salt that everything I say will be very dated in 24 hours, for better or for worse. So I had a chance to go represent Democratic Socialist America at the second round of the presidential election last December in Chile. But my family's also Chilean, so I'll be speaking kind of broadly about what's happened in Chile historically, and then which I think will guide.
Okay, so technically the rules of the conference are that you have to wear a mask unless you're speaking. So he could actually take his mask off just like the other guy could is when they're speaking. The reason that she's not wearing a mask is she probably has it on now while she's sitting at the table, but she takes it off when she's speaking. But like socialists are so used to wearing masks at their events that they don't think about it anymore. So many of them keep the mask on when they're speaking just because they don't think to remove it. But it is actually required for everyone at the conference, and they do enforce that.
To Mia's question about how does that affect us today. And I think there's two, and then preparing for this, I'm not an expert, but I consulted people who are. What I saw was interesting was that broadly defined as political elites, there's much more similarities between the US and Chile about disliking political elites, not trusting them, the collapse of their legitimacy. And I would say Trump is a reflection of that in terms of rejecting Republican political elites. And Bernie is a lesser powerful example of rejecting democratic neoliberal political elites. But where there's not similarities yet, we hope to get there, is like viewing the legitimacy of the Constitution, which I think Aziz summed up very well about why there's still liberal consensus about the Constitution. So I'll try to not focus as much on that. So Chile had one of Chile's first big breaks in constitutional reform was in 1925, when they separated the church and state and had really became much more of a democratic republic. That lasted for decades, with very limited interruption until the 1973 coup that overthrew Allende, that puts Augusto Pinochet in power. But what's important to remember is that they suspend the Constitution in this period. They don't actually create a new one. That doesn't happen until 1980, when Pinochet has to kind of create his own legitimacy and can't just keep operating under martial law. So he invites Eduardo Frei, who had been the Christian Democratic president before Allende, to spearhead this process to create a new constitution that would be ratified by the Chilean people. Frei actually becomes disillusioned in this process, and it came out very recently, actually, though, that the Pinochet government actually poisoned him slowly because of this betrayal. But he kind of turns against this process. But it's passed by a referendum under kind of brutal conditions. I remember seeing the pictures of the ballot, which is yes, no, and the yes has like, or the C has like a Chilean flag, so you know exactly which side you're supposed to vote on. But this establishes a very important process, which says in 8 years, there will be another referendum in which the Chilean people will have another vote to maintain Pinochet's regime, but not change the constitution, which I think Pinochet thought, I think until he lost, that he was going to win that, because I think he overestimated his popularity and the support of the USA. So what happens is you see the situation where Chile returns to a democratic republic, a liberal democracy, but doesn't change its constitution. I mean, it's fun. It's like, it has a very awkward moment where it's like, both you lose martial law, but Pinochet remains as the commander in chief, which is like also one of the good things in our constitution is that we don't have that. And he stays on, and what they create, which was like is very similar to us, is there's like two key threads. There's the maintenance, which is probably a little more explicit, of like neoliberalism, which is that property rights will always be not implied explicitly over social rights, that you can have that. It's very difficult to make any changes that, unless they kind of are described broadly as like a market failure, where there's like the state can't do anything, you can't, or where the private sector can't do anything, the state can't intervene. So you could have a terrible healthcare system, but the Constitution would argue, but still there's still private doctors who can administer health. So you can't constitutionally push for socialized medicine. And they create a system based on the Spanish dictatorship, especially Franco, to create roadblocks, which they like, such as the binomial system, which they eventually got rid of, but are very akin to what Aziz talked about. But we can think of them immediately as like the Electoral College, the Senate, the ability to gerrymander, all these things that we have legally allowed to attenuate and weaken any actual majority rule, that are like set up directly to block it. So people still have the right to vote, they have the right to free speech, but it only goes so far. So this system persists for a significant amount of time, almost 40 years, I think give or take 30 years, where until about 2019, which is like, so I think Mia's correct that there's decades of struggle that happened, especially the last decade, but things really change in 2019 in Chile, where you have this push, what's called the social uprising, this estallido social, and so you have massive amounts of people, we're talking about millions of people, like 30 to 40% of the country in the streets. And so there has to be some way to stop it. I mean, if you're the elite. And so one thing that they could agree on as the elite with the new political forces, such as Boric's forces, are, let's change the Constitution. And I think that this gets to what my thesis in the beginning, is that the Pinochet Constitution is not viewed as legitimate by the vast majority of the Chilean people, because it's something that came about not through any even noble mythology that we are taught in elementary school about our 4th of July. It's clearly imposed on them. It's something they just couldn't get rid of. And it's only 40 years old. So it's not like it's been a huge part of their historic experience. Lots of living adults had a life without it. So it's a much easier target in a good way. And this is a good thing. And so you have also, but going back to my comment also about the elites, is you then have a referendum that happens where Chileans are given two questions. One is, which everyone thought was going to pass, and it passes 4-1, is like, do you want a new constitution? So that passes overwhelmingly, not a surprise. What's a surprise, because it passes basically by the equal amount, is, do you want a process that has Congress people, other elected officials, or do you want to elect a whole new constitutional convention? 4-1, 80% people choose, let's have just new people. So it's a total rejection of the political ruling class, and we don't want you a part of this at all. It has to be a total new thing. We want to start from scratch. And that was kind of a shock to even people like me, who, you have these two center-left, center-right coalitions that effectively are governed for 30 years, just trading places. But it's important also to put some of this in context. So some of the 80% you have to view as a rejection of Piñera, who was the president, the right-wing president. His approval ratings were like in the 10s by the end. And this was some way to people to screw him. But he still, because he's still president, he still delays. How am I doing?
Should like a few more minutes.
Okay, great. I'll be done. He delays the process as much as he can.
Okay, breaking news. I know we're all enthralled by the lecture about Chile, but Nick Fuentes has made a couple posts in his Telegram, and I want to make sure to read the breaking Nick Fuentes update from his Telegram. Lauren Boebert looks like such a trashy whore. Literally looks like a hooker. The women of the GOP are disgusting pigs. Nancy Mace is just a complete psycho bitch. Marjorie Taylor Greene is a grotesque, hulking dummy. And Boebert looks like a porn star from the mature category. All right, that's it. Fun's over. No more fun. Back to work.
And so it gets the Constitutional Convention off to a rocky start. But they still have the legitimacy to go forward. But what they've suffered from, and what we would have to factor in too, has been a massive disinformation campaign about fake news. Stuff I hear about from my family, who are mostly right-wing, who are like, will come to us and be like, why are you trying to change the flag? Why are you trying to do this? Like, the stuff that actually is interesting because it appeals to people's emotions. It's not actually like, they're not even saying like, you're going to like take our land. They're just like doing these little nitpicky things to like move people. So you see that it's pretty much neck and neck in the polls. You could be optimist and be like, the polls are wrong about the second round, he'll win. You could be like, oh, the technology is better. It doesn't. So that's why I'm saying I don't want to focus too much on something we're going to find out tomorrow. What I feel much more confident seeing is like, what are lessons we could draw from this experience? And one is, I think that because we have, and I'll just use the I voice, I remember all the things I'm taught because I loved history, like all the narratives you hear about the American Revolution, the Civil War, how wonderful this country is. It's like, that's really hard to like break from people. And we are seeing it though, with what as he says about like with Dobbs. But I think it also goes back to, which I think sometimes we don't talk.
I love this. He's like, bro, we all learned about the American Revolution in school and it just sounded so great. And it's really hard to come to the conclusion that what you learned in school about the glorious American Revolution isn't actually true.
Enough about, but which happened in most of our lifetimes, is like Gore versus Bush, where there was a clear
just wait until he figures out World War II.
Decision that undermined the Democratic choice that largely people felt that who were Democrats, that Gore had probably won the election. My father was coincidentally also a recounter and says he's 100% sure Gore won Florida. And so you have this decision that slowly chips away at people's view. And I think that the political role of us is like, not to try to emulate what happened in Chile. I think it's a unique condition for reasons I've described about how old their constitution was, lack of actual even having a liberal democracy. But there are ways that people think in the US things have always been that way, or even written in law. There is no law that says we have to have 9 Supreme Court justices. I mean, that's actually something I didn't know until I was really an adult, that it was not in the Constitution. Like, you can build consensus to expand the Supreme Court. You can build consensus to make the Supreme Court not a lifetime appointment. There are ways.
So one of the reasons that you hear the talk about expanding the Supreme Court or abolishing the Electoral College, and you hear this within the Democratic Party, but this is one of those instances where these ideas trickled down from the far left. The Democrats didn't come up with those ideas on their own, because sometimes, so we can talk about the fact that Democrats are not communists, but sometimes ideas and strategies trickle down from the far left to the Democrats, where the Democrats will like hit on one point that communists agree with, like, why don't we expand the court? Now the Democrats want to expand the court because they're pissed off that the conservatives have the majority because Trump was president, blah, blah, blah. The socialists want to expand the court not because they care about maintaining democracy or the Constitution. Socialists want to expand the court because they think it will break the system. It's the same thing with the Electoral College. The Democrats want to get rid of the Electoral College because they think it's going to be easier for them to win the presidency. Socialists want to get rid of the Electoral College because it's preventing them from implementing socialism in the United States. So they may want the same thing, but you have to understand, when you hear Democrats have socialist talking points, they want those talking points for fundamentally different reasons, and they have different ideas about what the outcomes of those things will be. And this is one of the most confusing points, because people say to me all the time, they're like, well, Karlyn, why do Democrats want to implement the things that socialists do? Maybe they want to implement a thing here or there that socialists will agree with, but they don't do it for the same reason that socialists want to do it. And they don't anticipate it having the same outcome that socialists believe it will have. I hope that makes sense.
Is to actually fundamentally make our society more democratic. And I think our role, and I think what I'll leave on this, because I want to save time for Q&A, is like, that's not enough. I mean, the role of socialists is not just to like tweak things here and there, but I think it's to really use these moments, and to use Chile as an example when we talk to people. Like, one is, there's something, another world is possible within the realm of reason. You know, it's not even like that you can make these changes. And two, it's like really really emphasizing that the Supreme Court is not a democratic institution with a small d. It's not actually representing the people. It doesn't, neither do all these other roadblocks that are frankly
The Supreme Court is not a democratic institution. It's just a roadblock for us getting what we want.
That you can make these changes. And two, it's like really really emphasizing that the Supreme Court is not a democratic institution with a small d. It's not actually representing the people. It doesn't, neither do all these other roadblocks that are frankly self-imposed. And I think that if the Constitution happens in Chile tomorrow, that will give a lot of steam to us being able to be like, we can have a different United States. And what a key thing that we have to start doing is slowly delegitimizing this court, which they're doing for us in some ways. But I think that's our primary role, which is a little bit of a slow burn, but I think is how I kind of see the context right now.
Thank you. Thank you so much, David. So our last speaker is Amna. Amna, I guess I want to pick up on both Aziz and David's kind of concluding comments about the way forward. So, you know, David just mentioned the idea of delegitimizing certain aspects of the Constitution, or like court packing or court reform as like one kind of change that the left could pursue. Aziz mentioned at the end of his opening remarks a socialist praxis of not just of like procedural change, but of a sustained political praxis of transformation. And maybe one way of kind of thinking about what that might look like is your concept, or not your concept, but the concept of non-reformist reforms that you have written about extensively. And so I wondered if you could explain what is a non-reformist reform, what differentiates a non-reformist reform from just a regular reform, and do you see non-reformist reforms as one strategy for trying to develop like a left constitutional politics?
Hi, everyone.
If you can move up the mic so you're talking.
Okay. Hi, everyone. It's really nice to be here, and thanks, Mia, for bringing us together. Okay, so I teach at a law school, and I'm trained as a lawyer. And a lot of what I've been doing for the last several years, is in some sense, studying what people in this room are doing and what the broader left has been doing and engaging in all these sorts of campaigns and protest activity since Occupy onward. And so typically I'm in rooms and I'm talking to people who are lawyers and law professors.
So the lawyer and law professor was involved in Occupy Wall Street. It's kind of like Occupy Wall Street was a far left movement.
And more liberals. So this is humbling and a little intimidating for me to be speaking to a room at the Socialism Conference. And so please, I'd be eager to hear any feedback and talk back both in the Q&A and afterwards. Okay. So Mia asked about this concept of non-reformist reforms and whether that's a way to think about the way forward. As many of you know and are engaged with, the concept of the non-reformist reform is kind of a concept that is rooted in the socialist and broader left to develop a kind of alternative to liberal reformism, as Aziz was talking about. It's about the demand itself, so what it is that you're demanding, but more importantly, about how you fight and to what ends, right? So if liberal reformers are often focused on tinkering and liberal reformism often entails buying into the precepts, the discourses, and the processes that formal legal and political process involves. So for example, testifying at a hearing, filing a lawsuit, lobbying in Congress, but refusing and delegitimizing the importance of protest and rebellious kind of activity from below, the building of autonomous organizations, and so on and so forth. The non-reformist reform then is a concept that's designed not just to demand and envision an alternate horizon, a different world, socialism, abolition, democracy, so on and so forth, but also to entail a broader, more disruptive, and more kind of diverse. And
so in other words, what this person is saying is that a non-reformist reform is a reform made specifically to be disruptive to the system to bring about their Marxist revolution, as opposed to reforming the current system bit by bit.
Multiplicitous kind of set of strategies and tactics for transforming the world. And so Andre Gores is often credited with, or is credited with, coming up with this term, but I think right now it's in such broad circulation across the broader left, from the DSA and Jacobin to prison abolitionist organizing, indigenous organizing, and so on and so forth, that I kind of think we're in a moment where we should all be kind of thinking about what is the concept of the non-reformist reform that we need for today. Because when Gores was writing, he was talking about Europe and France, and there were in different ways mature socialist, communist, and workers' movements and parties in a way that we don't have here. And so the question of how we engage in struggles, whether for non-reformist reforms or something else, in order to advance the power of the working class, to advance the power of democratic and self-governance and rule, and so on and so forth, requires assessing the conditions in which we are in, the balance of power in society, and to try to figure out from where we are at now, an assessment of this conjuncture. What are the strategic battles that we should be engaging in? So it's worth saying, the other thing worth saying is that often, and we're seeing this actually right now in a really interesting way, the demands that liberals make and the demands that leftists or socialists are making are not necessarily different. As I was saying, the different is the horizon, how we fight for the fight. And so right now, partly because of the success of and the kind of rebellious nature of all the protests of the last decade, a lot of the demands the left is making, whether it's the socialist Green New Deal that the DSA is making, whether it's campaigns for no new jails, whether it's demands for single-payer healthcare, all of the, or cancel student debt, these are demands now that have become so central in the discourse and are being waged at the local, state, and federal level all over the country, that you have liberals also echoing them and kind of chiming in different ways, whether it's people who are like, okay, yeah, let's shut down this one jail or defund the police by 1%, but we're not really for fully defunding. Or yes, when we call for the Green New Deal, we want a little bit of a transformation of the economy, but we're not really looking for worker power and control, that sort of thing. And so it's kind of important to kind of think about that. All right. One of the things that's, I think, basic and important to say about the non-reformist reform, in addition to what I already said, this is kind of how it's typically talked about, is that the basic concept in terms of the nature of the demand, it's something that's undermining the prevailing system, so capitalism, or in some people's account, prison industrial complex, and building another one. So
capitalism is underlying the current system.
Socialism, communism, abolition, democracy, and then engaging in concrete material and ideological struggle that offers concrete things to people, that makes a difference in their lives, but is also, like I was gesturing at before, strategic in the particular moment, and contributing to the building of autonomous power and organization. Okay. One of the reasons why it's really important, as you all know, is precisely this idea of how do we link our longer term desire for revolutionary and transformative change, understanding that it's not simply about changing the terms in which we live, or the laws or legal relations, but relations more broadly, and who's in charge of society. So one of the things, so this panel is focused on the question of the Constitution, or that was the frame anyways, but I think one of the problems with thinking that way is if we concede that the terms of the debate, and I know people in this room probably wouldn't, but if we concede that the terms of the debate are the Constitution, or even law and legalism more broadly, we've lost already, right? Because the law pretends to set the rules by which society lives, but as we all know, it's at best a partial, contradictory, conflicting set of rules that often kind of puts out a certain kind of face of how it's acting, projects one story of what's going on, but is often doing very different things. Okay, so if you look back at Gore's, or even if you look at Ruth Wilson Gilmore's writing and speaking, one of the things that's important to understand is that non-reformist reforms in a lot of these people's thinking and writing, and even in some of the campaigns we see today, is not simply about state power, but it's about the power of workers over the economy more broadly, and contesting other modes of relationship and power. So Gilmore, for example, talks about this idea that seems to be the name of the conference, about changing everything. She talks about building abolition geographies as part of her concept of non-reformist reform. In Gore's writing, he talks about not just demands on the state, but demands on the economy and on capital. And then this contemporary organization, the Red Nation, they talk about not simply that their concept of non-reformist reform is focused on how to return social wealth to those who produce it, but they also say, and I'm going to actually read this from their Red Deal, they say their concept of non-reformist reform will take, quote, many forms. And then the examples they create, and I think this is really important, is interesting, is grassroots indigenous seed bank networks where thousands of sustainable farmers share, trade, and feed their communities. Successful runs for city council elections where left candidates implement a people's platform for climate and social justice at city and municipal levels, and land back campaigns or tribal council resolutions that reject colonial water settlements by banding with other indigenous nations to blockade all government and corporate efforts to commodify water. So here, just like with Gore's and Gilmore, they're making clear that their concept of the non-reformist reform is a broader array of different sorts of action than just kind of making demands on the state or seeking changes in the law. Okay, so the last thing I just want to pick up on where Mie was kind of setting us up to some extent about the Constitution in crisis and the way that liberals are kind of waking up to the problem with the Supreme Court in a particular way. I think there is a kind of opening and an opportunity with that crisis of legitimacy. But if you think about the Supreme Court and the question of the Constitution as kind of this concern about what you might think of as like high law, kind of the face of law in liberal society and in the New York Times and so on and so forth, I think it's an opportunity to link it to where we're actually seeing militancy and struggle happen all over the country, which is not in relation to the Supreme Court, but it's in relation to all the other forms of court and legalism that do violence and extract from poor, working class, Black and brown communities all over the country. So whether you're talking about housing court, where evictions happen.
Have I run across many farmers? Actually, no, because farmers believe in private property ownership, and there are actually communists who believe that capitalism started with the farmers as the first private property owners. So I understand why it might make sense that like you might think that farmers might be communists, because like that's kind of like a stereotype, right? But actually farmers like private property because their farms are private property.
You're talking about criminal courts where people are being policed, fined, and feed, incarcerated.
Which is also terrifying because you also have to remember that socialists are trying to, yeah, that's what I was going to say. Socialists are trying to take control of the food supply, and farmers generally aren't on their side on that one.
Immigration court where people are being deported. All of the courts have actually become a very central place where a lot of the mechanics of the contemporary state are extracting from and doing violence to working people and poor people all over the country. And that's where you see a lot of contestation of the political economic order, whether it's in the criminal courts in terms of bail funds and die-ins and the different kinds of protests we saw through the movement for Black Lives, Ferguson, Minneapolis, and so on, whether it's the kind of work that Casey Tenance is doing in Kansas City to disrupt eviction courts and make sure that the judges there can't continue to evict people, whether it's the way that immigrant justice activists have disrupted the ability of deportations to be effected. And so in an interesting way, and I haven't quite worked this out, but it feels to me a little bit like if one of the major wins of the civil rights movement was this kind of legal equality win, that we're now coming back. Our movements now are kind of confronting the fact that the legal equality is not enough. Liberal legal equality is not enough, and that what we're looking for is a fundamentally transformed society. And so to do that, you have to engage more than, you can't just engage with the courts, legislatures, and so on their own terms, but you have to kind of engage in this broader kind of realm of contestation from below and to feed, in some sense, where the militancy is already happening. So I think the courts are an important place, but not necessarily the Supreme Court or the Constitution. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Amna. Can people hear me from here? Okay, so I'm just gonna pose, just open it up for like 10 or 15 minutes for you all to respond to some of what has been said. And then we'll open it up to questions from the audience. Before we turn to the audience, I need to read this.
Okay, I know we've been streaming for a while, but I just want to encourage people who are here. I just want to give people a lay of the land. We just listened to their prepared remarks. What's going to happen next is that they're going to speak extemporaneously to each other, and eventually they're going to take questions from the audience. The Q&A in this session is probably going to be fuck off amazing. The best information we get from sessions like this are not when they're doing their speeches. It's when they actually have to answer questions from the audience, because that's when they really start to say the quiet part out loud. So I know we've been streaming for 3.5 hours. I know people are getting tired. It's 8:30 at night, but you know what? We are training for the Socialism Conference. We are going to watch an insane amount of socialism over the next 3 days. This is like marathon training. I was thinking about this the other day. Like, I used to do marathons. I used to do marathons that were really hard and really painful, and I didn't like doing it, and I didn't like training for marathons, but like, that's just what I did. I like to torture myself. And then in the last marathon I ran, I really effed up my leg and I can't run anymore. And it's really sad and it's really upsetting. And I wish I could still run, but I haven't run in a long time because I hurt my leg really, really badly the last time I did a marathon for reasons. So instead of doing marathons now, I torture myself by seeing how much socialism I can watch in one sitting, and you have to train for that. And so we're going to be watching about 10 hours of socialism on Friday and Saturday each day. We're going to be watching over, I think it's something like 22 to 24 hours of socialism. So it's even more than 10 hours a day. We have to train for this. So everyone, take a seat, go get a snack. The good stuff is coming. I promise.
Special announcement that this event is being live streamed, including the discussion. So if you want to participate in the discussion, but you don't want to be on video, in the next few minutes would be a good time to just let the live stream team in the back of the room know. So
Amalek, I'm making you something fun that I'm gonna send to your DMs in a couple minutes. Yeah, let's do it. Thank you. Oh, you're lifting weights? Oh, well, that's actually probably not a bad thing to do while watching socialism.
that they don't film you when you ask your question. Okay, great. So I'll put out a question, maybe, and then, but you can feel free to respond to it or to take it in a different direction. So I kind of want to come back to the question of like proceduralism and the rules of the game. So Amna just provocatively said that, you know, framing these problems that we're talking about in terms of the Constitution, kind of, if we do that, we've already lost, because we are accepting, you know, that those are the terms of the debate, right? At the same time, you know, I think Aziz, you know, opened up by talking about the way in which, like, you know, the rules of the game are very much stacked against and have always been stacked against oppressed people and working class people. And so as socialists, right, like, should we be trying to engage in changing the rules of the game and having kind of an explicit politics and demands around that, right? So I want to just ask you guys to kind of respond to that kind of tension. And maybe, I don't know do you want to start, Aziz?
I had a thought about the constitutional convention.
Great, that would be great. Yeah.
So on this, you know, so my own view is that one of the real problems with the liberal imagination around constitutions is the way in which it separates what we can think of as process and substance. So that they're the rules of representative government, and those are supposed to be held constant. And instead, then there's like politics that takes place within those rules around policies, like, you know, the Obama's ACA when it comes to healthcare. And that separation then transforms this issue of the rules of the game essentially into a matter of kind of like technical expertise. So they're lawyers or political scientists or social scientists that have different models, and they conceive of different potential fixes to the rules to make sure that those rules function adequately, and then people operate within those terms. And I think one of the real kind of contributions of socialist thinking, especially in the early part of the 20th century, was to say you cannot separate process and substance. That we actually we don't live in a world that distinguishes these two. We operate in worlds in which there's just a landscape of institutions of state, of economy, at all levels of government and society, that impose a kind of pervasive status quo. And that, in a way, the function of thinking about revolutionary or non-reformist reforms is like, well, what are the levers?
Hey, Amalek, check your DMs, okay?
That we have at our disposal that can disrupt as many of these existing hierarchies at once, and like what kinds of levers would make it harder for the existing status quo to reproduce itself. And some of those might operate at the level of the actual written constitution. So, for example, having a much simplified amendment process would create a mechanism where our basic rules would be ones that we can continuously change and alter based on mass popular commitment. Some of them, though, might have nothing to do with the structure of the Constitution, but actually might operate at the local level. For instance, around broadly expanding access to public housing. That would have a transformative effect on the type of communities that people find themselves embedded in. And that all of these things should be thought of along the same continuum of struggle. And one of the worries that I have with, let's say, a kind of particular direction in left politics, totally understandably, is that precisely because of the dominance of a liberal imagination about what constitutions are, what constitutionalism consists in, is you sort of think of that, well, that's the stuff that liberals care about, that's about fixes. It's not really where like the working class lives. And I think a long tradition of radical activists was to say, well, that's precisely part of the actual project of socialist change, which is how do you create an organized majority that understands that there isn't a difference between an 8-hour day, for instance, or like, you know, really strong and genuine unionization, and the fact that we have a system that basically disenfranchises large percentages of the population, that you need to actually have fundamental voting reform, that these things are in fact connected as part of transforming the framework. So I would call non-reformist reforms, things that span the gamut from changing our voting system. Everything from what you think of as like multi-member districts in houses, to eliminating felony disenfranchisement, to ensuring that voting is based on residency rather than citizenship, so immigrants actually have voting power in this country, to things that we don't oftentimes think of as quote unquote constitutional, like the infrastructure of prison and police abolition, and that they're all part of the same, let's say, broad spectrum. On the specific thing about conventions, I personally, I would love for us to inhabit a world like Chile in which one could actually significantly think about, can we replace this constitution with another? Not because it would be a panacea, but because the idea of the convention, this is why, the Boggses, for example, were interested in having a constitutional convention or an alternative constitution as part of their agenda setting, is that the idea of a wholly different constitution is a way to galvanize people around imagining a fundamentally different legal political system. The problem in the United States is we're not remotely there. And it's really telling that the biggest push for a convention now is actually from the far right. And it's from the far
Guys, the only people pushing to abolish the Constitution is the far right. Oh no, this guy just confirmed James Lindsay's woke right bullshit.
Far right to basically entrench elements of the 18th century text that would undermine democracy. And that means that if, let's say, you just closed your eyes, opened them, and tomorrow there was a convention, because of the nature of our existing economic system, the array of forces, the amount of money groups like the Federalist Society have, chances are the constitutional order that would be replicated would be one, far worse than even the one that we have right now. So that means, as a tactical matter, I think that the best way to think about a socialist constitutional politics is precisely by focusing on these specific reforms, and oftentimes these are reforms that there's liberal agreement with, and then pressing for those in a sustained way, not because they're fixes, but because they open up the potential for even more far-reaching reforms. And I should also say that the liberal uncertainty about what to do, like the idea that so liberals want judicial reform, but they also think the Constitution is perfect, actually undermines the possibility of even these piecemeal reforms in the first place. And so a left politics that says this system has to be transcended, but in this moment, we can focus on particular levers, whether it's judicial reform, whether it's changes to the electoral system, whether it's the addition of DC as a state, that have a capacity to move us in a direction that power builds and then allows for even more far-reaching changes down the line. I think that's unfortunately where we're currently placed.
Thank you. David or Amna, did either of you want to respond to that or to anything else from the first round?
I'll make a quick
comment.
Yeah. So I thought something, Amna, you said, which was kind of struck a chord with me, and what I had been doing to research here was that legal rights aren't enough, and that it's actually recognizing that was a critical struggle, but that what the other speakers talked about more explicitly was that how white supremacist our Constitution is, both explicitly and implicitly, historically.
Capitalist.
And now, and that one of the efforts that the Chilean Constitutional Convention has done is to explicitly provide, for example, recognizing Chile as a plural nationalist country, so it has different nations within a republic, having special considerations for the indigenous communities. Which I think you have to, which one things I remember learning in my life was that Pinochet famously said we're all Chileans now, there's no Mapuches, and Mapuches are the main tribe in Chile. So that idea of you have to, the idea of protecting culture, protecting ethnicity has to be explicitly written in. You can't just assume it'll just happen naturally by making everyone equal. And I think that's definitely a goal that socialists have to promote that liberals won't necessarily do, not because I think if you just view equality as an inherently good thing and you don't necessarily want to see color or whatever, you might not go as far as to recognizing that. And I think one other part that I'll just end on, which I think is also part of our experimenting, is like, we talk about ending this, but which actually relates to us on some level. We talk about ending the Senate as a good thing, which I agree. But one of the Chileans what the Chileans proposed, which actually kind of speaks to something which is different than what I would probably do if I could wave a wand. It's like, but they do still have, they're going to basically make the Congress the most powerful body, but they're still going to keep what they're proposing is to have like a regional chamber. And I think it's important for us to also think, as people who are trying to change the United States, that people from states, including us, probably if you cheer for a sports team or whatever, have state identities too. And that states do have, like, I'm not talking specifically like states of interest, states have identities. And there's a role, we should think also, what's the role for states? Like, should we have ombudsmen who are kind of the de facto ambassadors who like promote fishing in Alaska, which we found out was a big issue in their special election, things like that. So there's ways you also have to think about how would our change be that can't just sweep under the rug, which is that like people do have identities that aren't just being working class or their racial and ethnic identity, but go to other things that are very real. And this is something I think we should be thinking about. How do you figure that out? I don't have an easy answer besides my magical ombudsman, but I think it's something that Chile's grappling with, that they have a solution, then they'll see how it works out.
Thank you.
So the one thing that I'll add that maybe just kind of draws out a point I was making, or to put a T on it, is in response to you, is that part of what I'm arguing is I think that right now what we're seeing is that the courts are a site of class struggle, not just because they inherently are, because it's a place where poor and working people are dragged and their families are torn apart, whether it's through family court, immigration court, criminal court, people are kicked out of their houses. There's a, kind of like a legitimation that happens through the legal process, but also because it's a place where we're seeing protest and organizing, people coming together in organized forms to support people and offer solidarity and build organized forms of resistance to these processes of violence and exploitation. Not to mention, there's millions of people that go through these courts every single day. And so I think that there's places where that work is already happening. And I think it's a place to grow. And it's a place where, as Aziz was saying, and you were kind of asking about, it's where process meets substance in the way that it does every day, everywhere.
Great. Thank you so much. So we're going to open it to the audience for questions. Folks can raise their hands and I will take a stack and then people will come up to
coming
the
up to the
front.
microphone.
Okay.
Guys,
great.
Guys,
should people just line up?
Black woman coming up to the microphone. Hang on.
Up at the front?
Like another.
Okay, feel free to line up then. I didn't see that microphone. We're probably not going to get through all of the questions because we have until 2:30, but we'll get as far as we can, and I will ask people to not speak for more than 2 minutes for your question.
Okay.
And you can introduce yourself if you'd like.
Okay, hi, my name is Jessica Gear.
Okay, just for people who are new to watching this, what they do at socialist presentations is essentially anyone can come up to the microphone and say whatever they want for 2 minutes. It doesn't even have to be a question. They could just be like, I'm such and such, Tempest Collective, we're having an event tonight, come hang out with us. Like, it could just be like a promotional thing. So what they do is they go through several people before the panel responds. So don't be confused if you see someone ask a question and no one on the panel says anything, because what they do is they collect several questions at one time, and then the panelists basically respond to whatever they want in like a batch.
Away. I'm from Minneapolis. I was really excited to hear about this session because I've been thinking, and others for a while, if we had a constitutional drive convention, doing something similar to the Panthers did could be really powerful to galvanize people all across the country and get us on board with connecting all of these various issues. One point I wanted to make was, I'm trying to remember what was said, but basically,
I have to go to the little socialist room. I'll be right back. Let me know if I miss anything, okay? Let me know in the chat.
What you had said about laws we basically laws are in place and we say that the way society is because the laws are there, and it's more complex than that. I I do want to bring up the point of like, I think there's danger in whether it be trying to change a law or change the Constitution, in not thinking about we need an organized force to actually enforce the decisions that are made. And I think that's, as someone who's been involved in the abolitionist movement, I think that's been something also we've really just been totally not wanting to do with the fact that we need organized force to confront the organized violence of the ruling class. And so I would like invite us to really think about if there was some sort of mobilization around a new constitution or what have you, like a people's convention, what have you. Also, we need to seriously talk about, okay, like the ruling class isn't just going to allow us to take their shit. Like it's our shit, but they're not, sorry, language, but they're not going to just allow that. Like we're going to have to, yeah. So that's all I want to say.
Thank
you. Did that black woman just say, listen, the rich people aren't just going to allow us to take their stuff. We're going to have to force that. That's funny.
Oh, so I guess
should we take a few?
I think we should just listen to
take a few. Okay, great. We'll take 3 questions at a time.
Hi, Renee Parody. I'm from California, so my state identity is being the most disenfranchised by the Senate. So all of the sort of small fixes that you've talked about would have to go through the Senate, right? And even if the Dobbs decision results in the Dems picking up a few seats, we're not going to see a radical majority. And so I guess when I was in law school, there were, the big lib thing was popular constitutionalism and looking at the way that the popular mobilization around the New Deal changed the relationship of the court to the administrative state. And one of the things that's most intriguing to me that I've heard is the idea of House of Lordsing the Senate, that you elect a left president who says, if the House passes it, I'm going to sign it. And I'm wondering, what are the ways, obviously, in order to do a new constitution, we would have to have overwhelming power in the states, overwhelming power in the Congress. Not going to happen in time to save this polity. What are the ways that we can mobilize to get out of the trap of the formal system in ways that will actually bring a new constitution, short of the 2/3 of the 2 houses of Congress, 3/4 of the states, all of those barriers that we're just not going to meet in time to either beat back the rights entrenchment of a minority rule or, save the earth from climate change.
Thank you.
Hi, everyone. My name is Tatiana. For context, I grew up in the American South in between.
If you could.
Sure. Can y'all hear me?
Yes.
Okay. My name is Tatiana. I grew up between the American South and Puerto Rico, and I just finished my undergrad in Abu Dhabi. So I'm very interested in global politics and solidarity, especially with the role that Gen Z and the internet has in advancing that. I first and foremost wanted to express the importance of tomorrow and the decision in Chile and the effect that it has on Chile, on America Latina, on the left and on the larger world, and the inspiration that we can take from it for our political imagination and where we can go from here. And I think it's almost ironic that we're having this conversation in Chicago, where the Chicago boys were so responsible for creating the laboratory of neoliberalism in Chile. So I just wanted to say to everyone in this space that it's important that we have that on our minds and on our hearts, and we use tomorrow, whatever happens, but we use tomorrow and we reflect on tomorrow and we watch the news and read about tomorrow from people who are there so that we can keep in mind of what's going on. This is to say, I wanted to talk about Puerto Rico because we're also in this turning point right now, and I'm praying to the divine that we end up with independence. But if that were to happen, we also have to think about constitution, and we also have to think about this kind of process of convention making and all these things. So my question is about kind of the ripple of Chile and what you all's thoughts are on how we can transform that and make use of it in the situation of Puerto Rico, and how we can build more solidarity. And then more largely, of course, this connects to like other struggles in Egypt and Tunis and Palestine and all these other places that are having these reckonings themselves. Thank you.
Thank you. So maybe we'll give a moment for the panelists to respond, and you guys, I guess you can come up, or okay, cool.
Go ahead. Does anybody want to? I feel I've been going first.
It's fine.
So, because there's a long line, so I'll try to be very, very brief. On the first two questions about the need for institutional force and how do we get from here to there, in a way they're kind of connected, because you can think of what seems like the most kind of mealy-mouthed liberal fix, like whatever it is, like getting rid of the filibuster in the Senate, or like DC, which so clearly should have to be a state, becomes a state. It's not possible because of the constitutional system. And
so they're saying even these weak liberal solutions, that's not even going to work. We have to even if we want the pathetic liberal solution of getting rid of the filibuster in the Senate, we still have to overthrow the Constitution for that.
The roadblocks. And I think one of the things that highlights is that if you actually just think of all of the partial transformative changes in American history, the vast majority of them required an organized movement that was willing to engage in norm breaking. Like if you think, so how did slavery end? Slavery didn't end through consensual agreement through the institutions of Congress. What about Reconstruction? The 14th Amendment was passed in a context in which the South was militarily occupied.
Listen, I wanna start a campaign to get Aziz deported. Can we start a campaign to get Aziz deported? Because I now have Aziz on video on 3 separate occasions with Haymarket Books, with Red May. I think I have him twice with Red May. And Aziz is a law professor at Boston College running around on the revolutionary socialist circuit talking about, can we please overthrow the Constitution? Like, there is no, like, you're telling me that some kid protesting for Palestine on the street is more dangerous than this guy? He should actually be the one that the Trump administration is deporting. Like, for real. He's talking about overthrowing the fucking Constitution in public on video for years while being a constitutional law professor at Boston College. Can we please get him deported?
Occupied. Even the New Deal achievements, the condition for the New Deal achievements was a court-packing bill that would have fundamentally transformed the nature of the judiciary. And so this is not to say that this is like an embrace of extra legal means, but it's that there has to be a recognition that because of the nature of the constitutional system, the most significant changes have required breaking from existing norms, but on behalf of a basic principle of multiracial and multiracial democracy. And so what does that mean for the present? I think it means that all of the things that we might want actually require on the ground institution building of a kind of majority that can authorize it. Because if tomorrow Biden decides, you know what, I agree, I'm going to treat the Senate like a House of Lords, it's not going to work. It'll be an act of norm breaking, but the truth is it'll produce a kind of rupture that could lead in fundamentally dangerous directions because of the ways it might legitimize a right that is committed basically to straightforward authoritarianism. The only circumstance in which that actually works is if on the ground there's a left that can actually authorize those practices as practices of a popular majority. The reason why the New Deal coalition was succeeded in getting those partial changes is because the New Deal coalition was a massive supermajority of the working class, and so was able to democratically authorize the move toward implementing mass democracy. So these things have to be thought together. You have to have like a commitment to these changes, a recognition it's probably going to require norm breaking, but an understanding that that norm breaking is only going to be democratically legitimate and actually impose the kind of changes you want if you can power build. And these things are all connected.
Hang on. Pause. What he just said is, it's totally fine. Yeah, you like that? You like that? Do you guys want to see what I just sent Amalek? Hang on. Okay, so what Aziz just said is, guys, it's totally fine if we break cultural norms because we're doing it for democratic reasons, which means we're doing it to do socialism. So it's totally fine if we break the law and overthrow the Constitution because we're doing it for socialism. Hang on, let me show you guys. So okay, this is a fun break. I sent, the only people who are going to care about this are the people who know who big tech is. I just sent Amalek a new apology form. So this is the definitely not created just for big tech apology form. Yeah, you're gonna appreciate this. So Amalek allegedly has been using the apology form that Sam made to troll the big tech community, and now I've given him a new apology form. And so the options for the apology are: I started fights with Karlyn for no good reason. I publicly implied Karlyn was infiltrating the Groypers to spy on them because I didn't like she had fun at AFPAC. I gave Karlyn the silent treatment because I didn't want to admit I was wrong. I screenshotted our DMs because I was upset and said on Politically Provoked I was going to release them. I am a Pisces, or Mercury was in retrograde. So we are sending Amalek to deliver our message. We are sending Amalek to get the job done once and for all. We'll see how long it takes for me to get that form back. I suspect I'll be waiting a while to get that form back. That's okay. He's going to have to work through some feelings because he's a Pisces, but we'll see if he comes through eventually. I don't know. People can place bets on it or something.
I'll just say this very quickly, that to me, one of the most significant tragedies of the last half century in the long quiescence of the American left that we're now seeing a revival of is basically the ways in which the left became contained within its domestic borders.
It's all in
so
fun.
If we were having this conversation, not
he's going to have a lot of fun with that apology form. You should just keep doing whatever you're doing. I don't even care why you're doing it. I just love it. I'm a Libra rising, so that's why we're okay. Libras are allowed. Pisces are annoying.
50 years ago, even as late as like the 1980s, it would be in a context of profound global and transnational solidarity. There'll be conversations about what's happening in El Salvador or in Honduras or in Nicaragua with people that have sustained back and forth interactions, let alone in the 1970s with the great kind of like anti-colonial social movements that stitch together politics here with politics there. And in a way, I think one of the things that's really remarkable about what's going on in Chile, and this is why, fingers crossed it passes, is it's a sign of a mobilized left that can be part of a transnational conversation across borders, so that not only do we learn from each other, but we understand that our primary alliances are not to the people in power here that don't have our interests at heart, but to others that face the same kinds of predicaments across borders that are shaped by the same experiences.
I would say let's just hear from the next people.
Yeah.
Okay, great. 3 more questions. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. My name is Abel Mene.
Could you maybe raise the mic?
Yeah. I'm a member of Metro DC DSA, like David here.
Metro DC DSA.
I'm a resident of DC, and I thank you for mentioning DC statehood. Douglas Commonwealth will exist someday. I want to ask more about state constitutions, and if you've looked into those, because I'm thinking of state constitutions as kind of a proving ground, as kind of a place of experimentation for a constitution, convention, or some kind of. I'm not sure if this is unique in Maryland specifically, but the Maryland Constitution has in it a referendum, every 10 years, there's a referendum. The residents of Maryland have never taken up, they've been forced, that's complicated, but it's not, but every 10 years, 2030, there will be an opportunity in Maryland for a referendum for a constitutional convention. And so I'm just thinking, is there other states that are similar, like easier to amend? Because we've talked about like how the national constitution is nearly impossible to amend. But that may not be the case in some state constitutions. So I'm just thinking about
that's an interesting
what do you think about
question.
the idea of using state constitutions as kind of an experimental place? And is there any others that I'm not familiar with besides Maryland that may have some ways of fundamentally changing the Constitution? But yeah, that's my question. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Ingrid. I'm a law student, so it's particularly exciting to think about all these things. If there are other law students, law people, please come find me. I'd love to chat more. There are a few of us who think like this. So to Aziz, to your earlier point, kind of beyond the polarization of this current moment, I'm wondering if you all think that something like a new constitutional project, like could the US ever survive something like that, given the polarization, given that there was an attempted coup last year, given that in many ways civil war never ends and we've never reckoned with that?
Well, okay, so here's the thing. Yeah, there are a lot of lawyers on the left, and you know what's even scarier than them talking about abolishing the Constitution? So think about things like the campus protests, and think about things like the protesters being targeted with deportation. There are national organizations that are just made up of socialist lawyers to defend socialists when they get arrested for things, and all this stuff is taken care of. So like when Mahmoud Khalil got picked up for deportation, essentially Mahmoud Khalil already had a lawyer based on the National Lawyers Guild, which is like a socialist organization that represents them in legal cases. And that lawyer was already paid for by mutual aid that supports the National Lawyers Guild. So this is why socialists are never afraid of getting arrested, because they literally already have like a boat ton of lawyers set up to defend them for free for whatever they get arrested for or whatever legal trouble they get into. And it's built into their process of organizing.
This also begs the question, you know, should the US survive? And I'm
Should
also
the US
curious
survive?
on your
Yep.
thoughts on how to build movement power that sustains itself long term, especially since political elites are so good at knowing just how much to concede.
Hang on.
And
Pause. Is this real? How do you know this? Rattlesnake TV's Jake wants to know if you want to debate Andrew from the Crucible. He just messaged you. Did he really just message me? He did just message me. Do I want to debate Andrew Wilson? Yes, but it depends on yes, with the right topic. Yes, I would like to debate Andrew Wilson. Fuck yes. But only on a topic that relates to things I actually cover. So I'm not going to debate Andrew Wilson on just anything. I will debate Andrew Wilson on a topic that I actually cover and understand. I'm not just going to come in and debate him on like something that I don't really care about or something that I don't know about, because then I would have to study and all that shit, and I don't want to. But if Andrew Wilson wants to debate me on anything related to the far left, anything, including if the left targets white or if the left hates white people, I will 1000% debate Andrew Wilson. And I'm not afraid of it. He seems to think I am. I am not. So they can let me know. Anyway.
To pacify movement. And so how do you kind of build that long term so that you actually get these reforms to then get to where you're actually trying to go, rather than kind of this start, stop, start, stop. Thank you so much.
But the thing is last time I suggested to Andrew that we debate whether or not the left hates white people, Andrew said that topic is fake and gay or something like that. So I don't think Andrew wants to debate me on a topic related to the left, because I think Andrew knows I would kick his ass pretty easily on any topic related to the left. So no fucking funny business between Andrew and his friends, okay? I want a topic that is actually related to something I care about, and no sort of finagling for something that is not related just so Andrew can feel like he owned me on a debate thing, bro, or whatever.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Matt, and I'm a member of Chicago DSA and People's Action. And my question, well, first of all, I'd like to start by saying that thank you so much for putting on this panel. It's been the most interesting at the conference so far. Thank you, all four of you, once again.
Wait, are they talking about it on stream right now? Is that why? What did they say? I don't know anything more, but the people in Jake's chat want you to debate the Crucible. I already said I would. I said I would debate Andrew weeks ago on a topic that I actually care about. And then and Andrew disappeared. And the last I heard, Andrew thought my debate topics were gay. And so I just assumed that he was afraid to debate me on the left and just forgot about it and moved on with life, honestly.
And so my question is about political education and the idea of using something like talking about the way that the US Constitution not only could be different, but could be radically transformative, and how you could incorporate that into the concept of political education and begin to use concepts like this to really get to the heart of what people are, I think, kind of hung up on a lot of times, where they say, we want better working conditions, we want better living, but we're not really thinking as a class, we're not ready to be liberated in that sense. And so it'd be interesting to hear what you think about how to incorporate ideas like fundamentally changing the Constitution into political education to help radicalize people. Thank you.
Thank you.
I can start.
Okay, great.
Yes, that was his
I don't know.
response.
I'm
He
not
said my
sure
topics
I
were
believe
gay.
what I'm about to say, but I have this instinct that, like, I don't know, thinking about the U.S. Constitution or even state constitutions as an organizing project for the left right now just seems like the wrong place to start in some ways.
What's the right
for
place?
the reasons that Aziz was kind of gesturing at, because of course, like, part of the whole question is how to, put radical vision for a transformed society in relation to concrete everyday struggles, and to make demands, and to build organizations where we can contain, persevere, and continue to hold alternate discourse about what we're fighting for, how we're fighting, the fact that we have to break norms and protest in order to achieve the things that we're trying to do. And so there's place in that, I think, it's essential to have place for radical vision within that. But to place it on a constitution, which means that we're talking about state politics.
Hang on. They were asking Jake to set up a debate between me and Andrew. I was watching a debate between Nick and Dinesh. I want to watch that Nick and Dinesh D'Souza debate at some point. I am going to watch it on stream probably. I might even do it on Sunday after the Socialism Conference to have like a palate cleanser. So we are going to watch that stream. I just can't do it this week because I'm covering the Socialism Conference. So, I mean, I guess we'll see if it happens. We'll see. Yeah, I feel like I was like, God damn it. Could that, I mean, honestly though, good for Dinesh D'Souza for debating Nick, because like it took balls for Dinesh to do that. Like people might not agree with Dinesh, but like I he is going to get incredible backlash for even talking to Nick. Now, Dinesh D'Souza is kind of in a position where like he can say and do whatever the fuck he wants because he's Dinesh D'Souza. But he's going to get so much backlash, probably more backlash than he expects. So good for him for stepping up and doing it, regardless of who, quote unquote, won. Oh, hang on. We got a super chat from Naruto. Did you ever find out? No, the thing I submitted, the Socialism Conference snuffed me out. And they did not accept my topic. But I also think the reason probably they didn't accept my topic is like, the name I submitted to them was an unknown name, and usually the people who present at the Socialism Conference are there like every year, so they're probably like, we don't recognize this person's name, and so we're not going to go with that. But no, I was denied from the Socialism Conference when I submitted a presentation proposal. It was very sad. I'll never get over it. Oh well.
Or federal politics, where we're nowhere near in any state, as far as I know, having the kind of power that it would require to actually win anything, makes me think it's just like the wrong place to kind of focus on. Because one of the things that we've seen, whether it's with the prison abolitionists and defund organizing, or broader racial justice wins that we've had in local context all over the country, even there, what you see, like whether you talk about, I think it was called Issue 1 in Florida, the referendum to enfranchise people with felony records, or you talk about
the hell?
A minor but important win in Austin to defund the police. You have then governors and state legislatures coming in and rolling back those local wins. And so in the way that Aziz was suggesting before, part of the federal constitutional structure, there's so many different counter-majoritarian tools they have at their disposal, whether it's the federal nature of, all these kind of chess moves I was talking about right now, or it's the courts themselves, that I think focusing on state and federal level, especially something as broad as the Constitution, seems kind of off from an assessment of where we are in terms of mobilizing the number of people we would need to actually win things and then build sustainable movements, because we need to be able to, whether it's win things or if we can't win things, at least build organizations where people have their needs met, emotional, material, et cetera, so that they continue to show up, because that's ultimately what we need to happen.
So I just want to point something out, and this is for all the people who say the left is mentally ill. I just want people to really realize we're watching a session right now from 3 years ago in which they are getting really nitpicky about, do we go for the federal constitution? Do we go for the state constitution? What are the pros and cons of going for the federal constitution? What are the pros and cons of going to the state constitution? If we focus on doing state constitutions, will that distract resources from other things? And I guess what I'm trying to say is mentally ill people don't think like this. They are going down and they are strategizing. They are having an open discussion right now to strategize. How do we abolish the Constitution? Is it reasonable to do it to the federal level? Do we try to do it at the state level? What might get in our way of doing that? How will that detract from the large? They're going through every little nitpicky thing. Mentally ill people don't do this. Mentally ill groups don't do this. This is actually regardless of the topic. And listen, for people who don't know, I'm an organizational psychologist. I literally was a person that went into corporations to help teams work together and to communicate. Whether or not you agree with their ideas, this is actually a highly functional way of communicating, of strategizing, of coming up with tactics as a team. You might not like the tactics they're coming up with, but they are working very well together and they're working very strategically and pragmatically. The right doesn't do this. They don't do this. What happens with the right is some people that have a lot of influence in the GOP go into some back room, they decide everything that they want, then they call some fake meeting where they get lower level GOP people together, and they go into that meeting saying, here's what I want, here's what we're going to do, you guys need to figure out how to do this. So it's a very top-down approach to the decisions in the GOP get made in a back room somewhere with only the most elite party representatives. And then they get forced down onto the rest of the party and the rest of the party just has to deal with it. Whereas what the socialists are doing is they're bringing everyone together and they're like, let's talk about and dissect this issue and come up with a plan of attack that we can do in a decentralized manner. So there is no one leader. Every person in the room is contributing to it in their own way. This is significantly more functional and pragmatic and strategic than anything the GOP does. Stop saying they're mentally ill. They wouldn't operate like this if they were mentally ill.
Thanks, Anna. David, did you want to respond?
Yeah. So I'll disagree because in the spirit of making fun. To answer Abel's question, New York State actually has a rule that every 20 years we can reconsider the Constitution. And that came up recently. And people who I really respect and really think are smart, who often agree, came on totally different sides. I think because it's a risk. It's a risk. It's people said it's too risky because there's a lot of actually good stuff in the New York State Constitution, especially for labor, that people were worried that unions aren't strong enough to protect. But where I'm empathetic to what you're saying, or sympathetic is probably the right word, is that states really are the testing grounds, especially, and in ways that I think Amina's right, that cities can't be anymore, because they can preempt so much stuff at the level. Like New York City has a good, because I work there, but it's a good public finance system for elections. It's much harder to protect those now, or even, and more importantly, workers' rights and other social and economic rights, because if the states can just take them away. So I think that's a fight, and I think we do have 50 states and even more polities like Puerto Rico where you can have these fights and test them out and I think see what works and what doesn't. So I think it's a good point. I think to get to Matt's question about political education, I think I alluded to it a little bit, but I think it's worth asking. I think there's actually, so much common sense to use, and using the Gramscian sense of what people think is possible, needs to be challenged in very simple ways. And I'm not talking about even, as Aziz has been saying, it's not even talking about people imagining socialism. It's do you know the filibuster is just a rule? It's not even in the Senate. I think people there's many Americans who don't know that. There are many Americans like me who, until I was in my late 20s, thought that there was 9 Supreme Court justices was the rule. It's like, no, it's just a tradition. There are so many things that you can educate on to get people to envision, wow, if we can actually just change this easily, then what is actually the roadblock? And it gets to what I keep saying, roadblock is that we don't have the political will and the social forces to push it through. And that I think getting people to understand that helps also undermine what I've been speaking about, the legitimacy of the Constitution as a perfect document, or as something that's I think most people would admit it's not perfect, but they view it in a kind of a sacrosanct way where they think it's really wonderful. And I think that how much of it is really false narrative.
You're welcome.
Is the way to do it.
You.
So that's what I would say to, I think, those 2 questions.
Thank you. Yeah, very brief.
Yeah, very briefly. I'll just say that maybe as a way to kind of bridge the two positions, that to me, so I'm suspicious of the idea of let's have experiments with new conventions and we bring together the left and the right and something might emerge. But I think that the way to think of constitutionalism is the way that we think basically about all of these other policy ideas, which is at this point about movement building. It's like, well, what would be the kinds of changes that would actually make it more likely that the folks that we want to have power will actually have more power? And I think that, some of these changes have nothing to do with what we traditionally think of as a constitution, but some of them might actually have to do with what we think of as a constitution. So
this is Socialism Week, my friend. It is Socialism Conference Week because we're watching socialism all week long because the Socialism Conference is in Chicago starting tomorrow. So you can watch socialism now. You can watch. It's not even Tuesday, bro. Did you know it's Wednesday? You totally missed Taco Tuesday. It's Wednesday, but tomorrow is Thursday, and we'll be watching socialism then. And on Friday, we'll be watching socialism. And on Saturday, we'll be watching socialism. And on Sunday, we're going to watch Nick Fuentes debate Dinesh D'Souza. I know it's several days late, and most of you already watched it, but I can't watch it until Sunday. So we're doing that on Sunday. And that is the week's schedule. Welcome.
I would support shifts to voting rights or pressing at the state level for certain kinds of amendment changes that would actually expand materially the power of folks on the ground. And that, to me, is the primary directive. And then we can make assessments about which pragmatic policies. And on state constitutions in general look very little like the federal constitution. The U.S. federal constitution is an outlier, both domestically in the US and globally. And in fact, the reason why state constitutions are easier to amend, tend to be more democratic, is because at the state level, in the late 19th and the early part of the 20th century, progressives and socialists rewrote the constitutions in ways that were opposed to what the federal constitution looks like.
Great, thank you. So we have only a little less than 10 minutes.
We're almost done, guys. Almost
I wonder
there.
if we have 5. Do you think if each person asked a 1-minute question, and then hopefully we'll have time for a very brief response? So if you could just keep your questions very brief.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. I will try and keep this very brief. Hi there. Thank you so much for the amazing talk, everything you've had to say. Dr. Rana, I was so stoked to see you here because I actually just graduated from Cornell. I was briefly in your crisis, change, and legitimacy course, but I had to drop it because I was taking too many credits. So I have a question to the panelists on how organizing towards this societal reconstruction.
Hang on, we got a super chat from Brian. I rarely have time to watch streams, but a YouTuber referred me to this channel, and I just want to say, keep up the good work. Hey, I really appreciate that. Thank you so much for the super chat. Guys, please, we are in the home stretch. We only have 5 more minutes. If you've made it this far, you can make it till the very end. But guys, I really appreciate everyone coming out today. If you have to leave, please make sure you mount the like button on the way out the door. Please make sure you are subscribed to the channel. Again, we will be watching socialism from this event that's going to be going on in Chicago starting tomorrow for the rest of the week. And so if you want to see more of this crazy stuff and binge it live as it happens, this is going to be the place to do that. So we'll see you guys throughout the week. And let's finish up now.
Constitution, everything like that, could differ between local organizing and national organizing. In Ithaca, I worked with the Cornell Progressives, which we created after Cornell for Bernie was over. and the Cornell Democrats when I was president. Yeah, I know that's weird. I'm a socialist and I was the president of Cornell Dems. It worked out though. To elect 2 and soon to be 3 socialists to the city council. In US politics, we too often focus on the national political scene. I echo some of your sentiments, Dr. Akbar. I have some of those concerns. We get sucked up in the electoral politics and all that. So as socialists, we can do really good organizing at the local level. And I was wondering, how do we do this organizing for a new constitution and everything like that at the local level? Maybe with examples from Chile. But yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hi, Terry Smith, former ISO and now with the Tempest.
Bro, come
I was kind
on.
of surprised with the moderator's introduction that said that the left in the U.S. focuses on economics and is separate from politics, because in our tradition, in my tradition that I've been involved in, the analysis of the capitalist economy was always absolutely connected to an analysis and critique of the 2 parties that were both capitalist parties who worked within and defended that white supremacist constitution.
Yo! This is why we always listen until the very end. Listen to the question this lady is asking. Okay, so this lady came up to the microphone and said, I used to be with the International Socialist Organization. The International Socialist Organization was the precursor to Haymarket Books. Basically, the ISO had to fold because they had a massive Me Too scandal a couple years ago. We watched a whole documentary about it. But then she said, I went from the ISO to the Tempest Collective, and I really don't like that some people only talk about capitalism as an economic model, because for me, the entire time I've been a socialist, capitalism has been a critique of the 2 capitalist parties and the capitalist constitution. Listen again.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hi, Terry Smith, former ISO and now with the Tempest. I was kind of surprised with the moderator's introduction that said that the left in the US focuses on economics and is separate from politics, because in our tradition, in my tradition that I've been involved in, the analysis of the capitalist economy was always absolutely connected to an analysis and critique of the 2 parties that were both capitalist parties who worked within and defended that white supremacist constitution. But I want to connect this back up to Chile, because what Pinochet did first, before even creating a constitution to legitimize himself, was he brought in American neoliberal economists to then create those policies. And these were economists who had worked for 2 decades in the United States to develop economists who would argue this point and have a strategy to spread it. And it was really a decade before the United States even had those policies. So, and I think this is really demonstrated well, if anybody wants to know more about it, in Nancy McLean's book, Democracy in Chains, which is a book about this economy strategy, but it's entitled Democracy in Chains. It tells you right there what the problem is. So my question is to the panel, if Chile then gets this constitution, is it going to be like to get economic changes? Is it going to be an automatic trickle down theory to change their economics? Or could it be like it is in the United States? They have a constitution that's supposed to be one thing, but in reality, it doesn't help people. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Matthew. I'm a editor at Cosmonaut Magazine and a member of the Marxist Unity Group. And I guess I just wanted to comment on the concept of a constitutional convention, which Aziz mentioned in the second round of comments. And I just wanted to point out that the Federalist Society doesn't just advocate for any old constitutional convention, but for an Article 5 convention, which is the route to amend it that's in the current constitution. And that would be, equal representation for all the states, and anything it did would have to be ratified by 3/4 of the state legislatures. So this is an extremely reactionary, counter-majoritarian sort of body, like an even more reactionary Senate, which is one of the most reactionary parts of the Constitution, rewriting the whole thing. So I just wanted to say, if we're socialists and we were calling for a constitutional convention, we could call for, direct, universal, and equal suffrage with proportional representation to rewrite it. And I think, on average, Americans have more progressive positions, even without a mass socialist party, than what's currently baked into the constitutional order. So I think you'd even have a more relatively progressive outcome than the current constitution if that were to happen. And I bring this up as relevant, not because it's going to happen tomorrow, but because a demand for a new political order through a second constitutional convention to write the founding documents of a socialist democracy is in the DSA platform adopted last summer. And so I think if many people are members of DSA and we have this as like the first amendment in our platform, we should probably think about it.
They just cut off the live stream. That's it. Wah wah. Well, that was actually a really great presentation to watch. I'm glad we got Aziz on camera again talking about abolishing the Constitution. That's pretty great. Guys, that is going to conclude our socialism for today. Congratulations to everyone who made it until the very end. Now, as a reminder, we are streaming socialism all week long. You can find the streaming schedule over on my Substack. That is Karlyn, Karlyn, .substack.com. Here, it's right here. I'm going to put it in the chat. And so we are streaming all week long because tomorrow, the Socialism Conference is starting in Chicago. The Socialism Conference is actually the name of the conference. See? And we're going to start our stream at 5 p.m. tomorrow, and we're going to watch the original presentation that started Socialism Saturday. So if you are a newbie and you've never seen the original transgender Marxism presentation that we watched for the very first episode, that's not the link. Oh, that was something I copied and pasted from the apology form I made. Never mind. That's the link. I had to copy and paste the text on that apology form. And apparently I just didn't copy the link I actually wanted to copy. So there is the actual link. There is the actual link. Okay, so at 5 p.m., we're going to be watching Transgender Marxism, which was the first streaming live session we ever watched from the Socialism Conference on the first ever Socialism Saturday. And then we might watch some other stuff too, but I think Transgender Marxism is going to take us a while. And then tomorrow at 8:30 p.m., the Socialism Conference kicks off live. They're going to be streaming their very first opening keynote session. And then, so we're going to watch that and we're going to revel in the fact that the Socialism Conference is here. And then we are starting streaming at 11 a.m. on both Friday and Saturday. We are streaming all day long until the Socialism Conference is over. And so you can see which sessions we will be streaming. We will be streaming some of these live. And then when the Socialism Conference is on a break, because they do take breaks during the conference, basically what happens is the Socialism Conference streams 2 presentations live at the same time. So if they stream a presentation and then they take a break, we're going to watch one of the live presentations, and then we go back and we watch the other presentation that they streamed in order to just catch up with what we missed when we were streaming the other one. You can find this is our full streaming schedule. I'm going to really try to make sure that we follow this, but we might, it depends on what they stream. It depends on if they have technical difficulties. We're going to work it out. But as of right now, we are streaming all day Friday and all day Saturday. And I hope you guys can join us. You don't need to come for the whole time. This is all in Eastern time because I'm on the East Coast. So you're going to have to do whatever math you do to change that to California time. So that's the schedule. You guys can come and hang out. And if you feel like signing up for my Substack while I'm there, I'm trying to get 100 new supporters on my Substack this weekend. That is one of our goals. As of before this stream, I already had like 20 people sign up as supporters on the Substack in the last couple days. So if you've not yet signed up as a supporter, this is how I fund my work. I'm 100% funded by people like you. So if you can sign up for $8 a month, $80 a year, that would be awesome. We are making great progress on our super chat goal. I really appreciate everyone who has sent in super chats, who has supported my work over on the Substack over the last couple days. Thank you guys for allowing me to do this with you and drive myself insane and suffer to watch socialism so I can teach it to you guys. And with that, I'm done. I will be back tomorrow at 5 p.m. and we will do it all over again. I hope you guys have a great rest of your night and we will see you soon. Bye.
How are you feeling? How long have you been here? 3 months, May 17th. And what brought you here? That's difficult to answer. Eventually resulted in your being here in the hospital. That's difficult to answer.